Hands together and welcome the Welshman, Damien Dubler. And here he is, the man who gives us thrills, spills, and the odd cartwheel, the defending champion from England, Mr. Greg Harlow. And without any further ado, I will hand you over to our commentators, Paul Mitchell and David Corkhill.
Good afternoon, David. Welcome everybody to another week of what will be top-class international bowls as Damien Dubler, a young man from Cardiff, gets underway in his 5th World Bowls Tour singles competition. He's never got past the first round, but in 3 of his previous 4, he has forced a tie-break. He comes with a strong pedigree and he has met Greg Harlow before and he put him all the way to a tie break in that.
He's a very good player, no doubt about that. I mean, he's got a pedigree from under 25s as well, and he's just one of those players that you sort of think to yourself, if he gets on his game he could give Greg a hard time, but it's not easy. Greg will be very relaxed. Coming in as defending champion, you're always a bit nervous, people would think, but he normally comes out of the blocks quickly. There are some players that take time to get into an event. But one thing about Greg is he very rarely scratches in the first game.
If you're going to defend your title, open up with a toucher.
Gap between my bowl and the jack, please.
1 inch.
It's the right thing to do, change hand. The danger obviously all on his backhand, so Greg went for the forehand, dropping short, just leaving a little bit of space for Damien Dubler.
One red.
So easy to overplay on these
Your
hands.
second ball is 1.5 yards.
He's got a nice line with this. Just going to drop off the ball. Could be a double.
1 red.
Still the one. And there's a draw for Damien. Both players are using strong bias bowls. That seems to be the story amongst all the players in this event. They're discovering very quickly that the hands are just holding off slightly. You don't want to be chasing down tight lines. You have to have the confidence to roll the ball out and let the bias take effect. Just over the weight. Line was good.
Last ball's just over a foot through.
There's a wee chance for Greg Harlow here if he can turn out the closest bowl. Damien Dubler. It does come with a risk though.
Be very unlucky to get back to the jack there. It's I think he'll just draw this and try and fall back. That's all. If he can get to the bowl or just inside it, fall back on the jack, he could make the treble. But initially he'll be looking for the double. He's taking a wide line to play safe.
One shot, Greg Harlow.
So the opening shot to the champion, Greg Harlow. And last season against Jason Greenslade. Just a little reminder of how this competition operates. The Scottish International Open, 2 sets of 9 ends. Should they be tied, be it due to tied sets or 1 set apiece, we have a 3-end tie break where only 1 shot each end counts. You see the maximum and minimum jack lengths, and of course
7
the
metres.
30-second
red.
shot clock was very important, so you've got to use your timeouts. You get 5 across the game. You'll get an additional tie break timeout should it go there.
Five-inch gap.
That's precisely what Damien Doubler has to do. Should Greg Harlow leave an opportunity after the first ball, you've got to come in and take it. This is worth a look.
It's close, it's slightly favoured you hold one.
Is it Jack there on the red ball, please?
Greg's ball is jack high.
Okay, good.
Well, again, those balls are getting back just slightly over the weight. It's a very precise rink. Everything has to be perfect. The margin of error is minimal for the perfect draw. It's almost like you've got that channel of about 6 to 8 inches to find it on the run. If you don't get back, you leave it jack high, which is not what you want.
Very, very close for shot.
I can play this off either hand.
Yeah, sticking to the backhand. The forehand, the problem with forehand is that he could turn the jack to the red a bit easier. It's protected on the backhand. He wants to make sure of the shot, so any touch on his own ball would be enough. He needs an edge off the front one. Well, even that little touch might be enough to make sure it's 1 to green.
Still a measure, Greg.
That's the voice of Dan McManus who's marking. He's got a good eye, Dan. He marked my game, and he called one very, very tight measure, and he called it my favour, and meant I dropped the ball short deliberately, took my chances with it, and he was right. Very close with this. Just wants to drop off it, and he has. That's a definite one.
One red.
Just like the players at this level, the markers and umpires are the best in the business too.
Well, they're tested, no doubt about that. They go to different events before they get to the television stages of the majors. Now, if you narrowed the line sufficiently, because otherwise you'll just hold off. That's the problem. As soon as you put the weight on, it just hangs off. So it's going to be 1 and a measure. Greg's got a good eye. If he thinks it's worth it, he'll measure it. If he thinks it's just the 1, well, he doesn't know, so
Umpire, please.
call the umpire on that one.
No point hanging about.
1 red and a measure.
There's Dan Blewett, who's our umpire for this match. Experienced World Bowls Tour official. Always like to see the calipers coming out, the big calipers, that they're very accurate. That one's not in, don't think that one's in either. There's a green ball by the looks of it.
Just do the double check. So it's
1 shot. Greg Harlow.
A little bit of relief for the man from Cardiff, who could have lost the 3 there. By the narrowest of measures, just drops a single. It's a steady start for the defending champion. I've had to look back. Jason Greenslade, who was also in the final last year, lost in the opening round. I don't think we've ever lost both finalists in round 1 from the previous season.
I must admit, I can't remember it happening because Nicky Brett, of course, was in a number of finals, and people like Paul Foster very rarely lose in the first round as well. So. Greg's looking very comfortable. The side of the rink earlier had a little word, and he's using the Tiger Bowl, which is a big bending bowl, and internationals Damien's using again a strong bias.
1 red. Yes. Gap between the 2 balls is 1.5 feet.
That forehand, that's a number of times he's just dropped through the jack, pretty close to that one, but whenever a player sort of grimaces, you sort of think, well, he reckoned that was right on the jack.
There you can see the strength of the bias.
2 red.
There's so much happens in the setup, the opening 2 balls each, and just added weight there, David Douglas, so you immediately feel the pressure, and if you're Greg Harlow, you want another one in here.
Advantage for Greg here is he can reach the green ball. If he misses it, he comes into a good position, so anything behind the jack is good, and he'll know that it's hard to trail that jack a foot. Let's put the weight on. You just do what Damien did the second time. Well, if that's 3 shots, I'd be tempted to run at this and not even attempt to draw.
Favourites 3.
Well, I think it'd be better going heavy at this. But personal choice. Well, he's sticking to the draw, but I can see he started it off in a slightly narrower line, but if he's heavy, he just will not get back. Yeah, that's the problem. He's just over the weight and it doesn't make it back, and Greg's going to have to go deep here. He just cannot go into this head. Damien will definitely drive for the next ball, so this should be a deep one to cover the respots.
Unless Kilden is nominated, if the jack leaves the rink, it will go on the respots, which are to the left and the right. And Greg Harlow's ball will cover both.
Yes, absolutely. You know, it's he'll drive it. You know, you can only use the nominated on the last end of the tie break for a replay end. So wherever this jack goes, it'll go on one of the 2 respots. Well, very controlled. You go under, it dives like crazy, but looks like he's onto the red ball. Now he wants a jack. Oh well, good ball. Really well executed, down to a single. Could have been a lot more.
1 shot, Greg Harlow.
Yeah, it's a good ball.
Set score 3-0 after 3 ends.
Didn't want to go crazy, just controlled the weight. And if he was going to dip, there were 2 red balls waiting.
Oh, he hit the target. He was a little bit unlucky for the jack to get stuck on the red ball, but Greg's last ball forced him into playing controlled weight and not a full drive.
Jack length 27 metres, red.
An often overlooked skill in singles play is throwing the jack consistently to where you want it, and Greg Harlow's been pretty consistent around that 27-metre mark.
There's a lot of players out practicing every minute. There's a free opportunity, but not many playing the jack down. There's been a few jacks lost. It scampers over the top of the surface. It's actually disproportionate to the balls in many ways because it's not particularly quick out there. But it's very easy to push that jack 2 yards heavy.
Plenty of club players who are watching this who will realise games that they've popped the jack in the ditch when they've been trying to get the full length, and you can immediately hand the advantage to your opponent. Well played.
1 red.
He's not going to make the trip, and that's going to be just hard enough to negotiate. Still get round it, but slightly in the way. He's leaving Greg an open hand on the backhand, and his balls are making centre rink quite comfortably. Oh, this is looking good.
White spray chalk applied to both sides of the ball, and Damien Doubler has problems again.
Yeah, it's going heavy. He's looking to try and get between the 2 front ones. He's not far away. Yeah, really good ball. Really good strike. Jack stayed within the confines of the rink, but it's opened up for the last 2 balls.
Very well executed, and a ball apiece to come. So you've got to pick out a new line, find a way around anything that might be in your way.
Only danger is his own front ball. Oh, that was nice. That was really nice to get that, because that ball would have travelled at least 3 or 4 feet inside the jack, and now it's made it a much more difficult shot.
Well, on another day you hit that with a bit more contact and you stop.
That was a handy little touch, as they say. Tough enough for Damien here, because he has to go very wide. Again, the red ball is the point of problem. Is he going to hit it? Yep, he is. It was just difficult enough, really was, and that could be very costly.
Now, as that brought the 3rd ball in, now minimum there was second shot. You had to get second shot. There was a big space.
2 shots. Greg Harlow.
Yes, it was the one he pushed in that made the second.
Good start for the champion, 4 straight ends, but at the moment, and Greg Harlow will know this, all he's having to do is draw. He's putting the pressure on his opponent. The first 2 balls doing the damage. I was praising him for his jack length,
Jack length 24.5 metres, red.
and his consistency. That is like 2.5 metres short.
It's rather surprising, but it's so much of a difference, it must have been deliberate.
Yeah.
Bowl Jack high.
Half a bowl short. Two red.
Nice gentle delivery of Damien Dibbler. Pretty consistent.
It's very smooth, but this forehand hasn't been very productive for him. He's been pushing through the jack
Your last
almost
ball.
all the time.
23 inches.
So the last time it was
23
3 against him.
inches.
Once again, Greg's getting a straightforward draw. Anything past the jack is a very useful bowl, but that's
Three red.
perfect there. That's a counting and receiver.
Yeah, the danger with two bowls through is that you drop it short. How's the weight?
It's better, but the overcorrection is where you were saying, Paul, that's the obvious thing in terms of Damien. He had to be careful not to overcorrect, and he's a heap of trouble here because there's no other way out but a draw, and he's been struggling in this forehand. It might be just better think seriously about changing the next time in this direction. I think it's a bit late now for the last bowl.
You can see the shot clock just counting down,
Timeout call.
and he'll take a time
Greg
out.
has 4 timeouts remaining.
It's worth considering because if he gets a full house here, even gets the 3, you've got to say the set is almost tucked away.
I think what he's looking at is if Damien plays a tight line with weight, he might just pick up the jack for a 3 and 5-0, 5-3. You know, if he covers, he's already line 3, so you know, why worry about it? Just put a cover bowl in. But it's not easy. It's a difficult choice.
Greg Harlow's turned his back on that, which might suggest it's going to go.
I think that's what he was
Yeah.
aiming for, to be truthful with you. He sort of turned his back on it because I think he was a
He
bit
knew
narrow.
he was there, yeah,
Yeah.
but he knew he was going to be in at the back.
Oh yeah, yeah. He just knew he was just a little bit in the narrow side, and he wanted to be a bit wider. But this is not easy. This is, you know, you're struggling for weight. It sort of tempts you into a different sort of shot. Anything over the weight, he'll just trundle past and lose a 3.
Just fighting, but it's not going to be enough. And actually, it's
Well,
worse.
his front one might just save the 4, but yeah.
You've been put under constant pressure. You'll get out of it once or twice, but you can't do it the whole time. I can tell you the marker thinks it's 4.
I think
3
Greg's
shots.
actually.
Greg Harlow.
He's not moving well. I think when he turned his back, he did something with that last ball. If we go back, no, well, difficult to go back now, but I have a feeling that Greg Harlow has pulled something just as he was about to deliver that fourth ball. And I think he's pulled something and he's in trouble. He is in trouble.
It's his right calf.
Well, there's definitely something there, but it was the last delivery. He tried to play it and then he pulled for a second. This could be a back problem, actually. It can happen so easily. And he's definitely in trouble out there.
It's just
So he replayed the ball, turned his back to go to the side, and I know he's pulled something.
he's limping a little bit and he's just stretching out.
It's a knee. He's just indicated to his wife up in the players' lounge that he just mouthed there was a knee. So defending champion, albeit 8-0 up, is in a heap of trouble.
Now, if you're Greg Harlow, what you want to do here is to keep the pressure on and win this set as early as possible.
Yes, try and guarantee a short set.
Your ball 20 inches.
Well, that's definitely a key moment because you can see the pain going through there. He needs to get something done there, and if he hasn't got a knee brace with him, a lot of players have knee braces. They carry them with them, or a back brace just in case. It's very, very easy to just twinge something, because he was very comfortable in this set, and all of a sudden he's really, really moving in a difficult way. Well, Damien's in with the first two balls, so
For the first time.
yep, absolutely. And well, you know, the thing about this is you've got a defending champion. In many respects, he's like a wounded animal out there. You know, you have to go in for the kill. You really must. And Damien will know that. It's unfortunate, but that's sadly all part of sport. And that looked still. Oh, look! You look at afterwards. He got the ball away well, but look afterwards.
The running shot is perfectly played to take one out.
I think that's what he'll do. He'll go defensive. He may not even make this match out, to be honest with you. I think he's in a lot of trouble there. You see, the delivery was fine, but afterwards, oh, there we go. Oh, yeah, you know,
One green.
you can actually see it more with his knee, the way he indicated afterwards, but
Well, Damien Dibler will just have to simply put the blinkers on and see if he can get the pressure up. It looks like it's dropping short. It's poor.
Just over 2 feet.
what Greg will be thinking here is if I can just limit things to a single, I might be able to just get through this set. Even if he loses the next one, he's got a 3-end tie break, and he'll have a break before. If he does win it, he has a break before the next one. So a couple of days that he can get himself sorted. Well, it's a good ball.
One red.
That's where the third ball of Damien Dibler had
No
to
gap.
come in and count. Now, it's easier given the fact it's the right knee rather than the left knee that you're stepping out onto the left.
Yeah, the only problem with the right knee is that actually your whole body weight goes onto your right knee before you plant your left leg. And that's where the trouble is now. He's going to be slightly inside, but can he get onto the red one? Not quite. Good effort.
1 shot. Greg Harlow.
Well, it's just as well this happened at a point in the match when Greg was 8-0 up. Well, effectively 8-0 up, and he knows he only needs to win one more end, and that's a set gun. So
Yeah, he'd like to win this next end, and therefore it's one fewer end he'll have to play.
yes, he might need a few minutes to try and get some sort of a brace on, you know. I'm sure somebody will have one somewhere. We normally do.
Jack length 25 metres, red.
I always carry one in my bag just in case, but that's more to do with age and badminton and squash in my younger days and so on.
It's much better to be prepared. Now, we saw at the World Championships, Simon Skelton, who played, had a broken metatarsal, was actually pushed up and down the rink in a wheelchair.
And not only that, but he won the match.
Yeah.
His first match. I don't really want to put a highlight on that because of who he was playing, but Alex Marshall's also had problems with a knee at one occasion at the World Championships, and a few other players have back problems. So. He's holding it right, and it's almost like it's slightly buckled out a bit. And it's Greg will just keep playing away. You know, one ball will do it after he knows that. One shot will get him there. He'll not give up this match too easily. I know that.
Runs it out, it's well played, shot.
1 green.
Close for this. It's better we're getting a solid jag. He wants to stay with it now. He didn't want to half the jag across to the green bowl, but that's opened the door a little bit for Damien.
1 red.
He's not favoured the backhand, he's going to have to use it. Just going to dip away. Might fall down.
1 red.
Shot ball.
2 red.
That is a set light.
There's Damien's mum and dad, Brian and Paula. Paula has got a nickname, but I'm not going to share that with anyone. They can contact her themselves just to discuss that.
Just not enough, and Greg Harlow will be pleased.
2 shots in the first set. Greg Harlow.
Well, Greg Harlow wins the set in just 7 ends. And Damien Dumbler didn't get on the card. And in the battle of the first 2 balls, Greg Harlow very much the man in control. He takes the opening set in defence of his title.
Well, Damien's parents will be slightly disturbed. I would say you'll not get much of a reaction out of Paula. Brian always looks nervous when Damien's playing, but Paula just sits quietly, doesn't say anything, but it's more a matter of trying to give her son a bit of support to get on the card. He's much, much better than what we have seen, but he's just been struggling to get back with his line and weight.
This is his 5th World Bowls Tour tournament. In the first round of the previous 4, he's faced Greg Harlow, David Gurley, Andy Thompson and Nick Brett.
Hasn't been the kindest of draws, have they?
That's been tough.
Length 25 metres.
And he lost the
Red,
jack there
25
as well on
metres.
the first delivery, so Greg played it down, and so Greg's got his own length and he has his last bowl.
Second appearance in Scotland. He lost in 2012 to David Gurley. He lost the first set, won the second, and lost on a tie break. He's got an almighty amount of work to do.
He might be struggling with his knee, but it's not affecting him too much at the moment. He's able to get the ball away. It's the walk afterwards is the difficulty. Eventually he might have to go to a fixed stance just to make sure that he doesn't worsen the problem.
1 green.
Yes, he's not even walking forward. He normally would, and he stopped that now. He's just getting on the delivery and staying there. And that's good
1
stuff.
red.
There's an early runner. That'll go away very quick. He needs the ball solid. Just underneath. That's the problem with those sort of shots. In between weight, they go very, very fast, and he's left himself in trouble here. I'm not convinced that was the right shot. He's only 1 down. Greg will not be walking up and down. I don't think he'll be too worried about his timeouts in this match. He'll be staying down at the mat all 4 bowls.
Yeah, I'll rely on Dan McManus, the marker, more now than ever.
He can't run at this, just has to draw to it. Can't afford the ball under the jack, and it's very hard to get back on that forehand just to turn a ball over. Once you go over the weight, as I've said so many times, it just hangs off. There it goes.
You hold 1.
I think Greg might be tempted this because he's got a good shot just to arrive at his own ball and try and sneak through and turn the jack for 3.
Doesn't look up.
I think that's what he was trying, but happy enough just to drop a yard short and take the single.
1 shot. Greg Harlow.
It's 8 ends without scoring for Damien. He's that will start to play on the mind after a while.
So sometimes all you want to do is get a line on the card, 1 or 2, just something to get moving. But arguably in the 8 ends we've played only once after 2 bowls, has Damien
Track
Doubler
length
been in a good
25.5
position.
metres. Red 25.5.
Missed an opportunity with his 3rd dad pressure, and Greg Harlow came in. In that opening set where we mentioned that Greg Harlow came shorter. I wonder if that, any indication at that point he might have thought he's a little bit sore. Does it make the difference, that extra 3 or 4 meters at this level?
Not really, because it's Greg always has that easy step out. The backswing takes care of the extra impetus for the ball to go forward. You just extend your backswings very, very slightly, and that just brings the ball forward. But he doesn't change the step out very much, so wouldn't make any difference at all. I did notice though on that particular end that he pulled up just as he was about to deliver, and he went again. I thought something disturbed him, but it wasn't that. It was his knee had clicked or something had happened. And the whole idea at that stage is secure the first set. You're guaranteed a tie break. But obviously you'd like to put the game to bed in 2-0 and as fast as possible to get away and get some treatment.
Just actually checking through, he will play again tomorrow. And Greg Harlow, he won't have the luxury of the day should he get through.
Well, I think he'll be getting well strapped up to give it support, and that might just be enough. This is better from Damien anyway. He's now starting to group balls in, but having said that, Greg's not as close as he has been in the match, so Damien has to take advantage of that. Well, a big Bass bowl here, so this should come whizzing back at the end of its travel. Just gonna sneak. Oh no. Second ball, but he'll be happy with that. Now he's starting to think to himself, can I actually make it through this game?
One shot. Damien Doubler.
Well, there was an element of risk should he have decided to play.
Well, he gets a cheer from the crowd and a big smile from Damien. I'll take the one and get it on the card. Well, that's very wise.
Good call. So they lost the opening 8. Ends the match on the card. It's the 27-year-old Cardiff Indoor Bowling Club.
He should go long with this. I can tell you that Jack really does scamper through. Well, he's very good. Just going to make it past the tee, is it?
Jack length
Only
29
just
metres, green,
perfect.
29.
Little click of the fingers, didn't like it.
Well, that's a long way away at your own jack length. You really can't afford to be 2 meters away with the first ball.
Not only did Greg come in and draw the shot, but he's also spoiled the hand.
One red.
Oh, Damien, you lost your first 2 balls, so you're going to be in a heap of trouble. There's number 2.
Two red. 1 red. 1 red.
Oh, it's a good ball to get second shot, but a little touch of the jack will bring back 2 or 3. Yeah, Greg's taking that delivery and just staying static, not walking up after it at all. It's all arm movement. He's in with a chance with this, dropping onto the green one and dropping it back. Oh, even better. Clean draw. 2 balls.
2 red.
Well, he's giving this one a chance. Certainly reaching. Now able to stop in time. I think it has. Dropping back. Yep. That's a shot.
1 green. Greg, both your balls have now fallen over. 1 green.
Just draw this. Well, there's a shot in the forehand to play into his own balls, but it's just not worth it.
He's been drawing so well. Looking to deny his opponent a lead in this second set.
Oh, that could be a double. He's pushed that forward. It might be another shot. Probably needed to drop.
It's just a little rubber chalk underneath to hold the ball up so the players can see.
Yes, they normally wait the 30 seconds, and I think that was
Umpire,
probably 30
please.
seconds, but by the time Greg was managing to get up, so
1 green. Measure for the
that's
set.
why he came in case anyone was watching at home and reading their rule book. You're allowed to have 30 seconds from forward movement. So the marker moved in after that. They're very quick to make sure that they're bang on time, the officials, because it's an often forgotten rule. I think it might just be 1.
Checking the red ball again, it is.
1 shot. Damien Doubler.
So Greg Harlow in round 1 last season took on Carol Porter of the USA. Safely through 11.395. He's got a good record in his opening rounds, Greg Harlow. He's won 11 of 14 here in Perth.
Jack length 29 metres, green, 29.
Well, interesting that he's staying to the long jack lengths after struggling with the previous end. Thought he might have just brought the mat up a couple of meters and played something round about the 27, 28 direction. And
He's also persisted with the forehand as well. And Greg switched onto it because the green ball's in the way, but Greg's been playing the backhand.
it hasn't been very productive, I have to say, for Damien to be playing that forehand.
Virtually the same ball.
Well, once again, Paul, you're just losing that battle with the first two balls, isn't it? You know, and it's like this is the time to put Greg under a lot of pressure, and he just hasn't been able to do it. And to be fair to Greg, he's doing exactly what he needs to do, and that is just draw, and keep the pressure off the injury. There's the overcorrection. You know, it's
1 red.
And it is one of the hard things in bowls when you're so far short. With two, you're forcing. The chances are that most players will then play through the head. It's almost that natural thing. You don't want to be short again.
It's just, you have to stand on the mat and just think to yourself, look, you know, don't really push through it. Just give it that slight extra. When a rink this quick, slight extra is enough to bring you that extra half yard. If you actively try and force it through a yard, you'll go 4 feet through. It's a nice ball by Greg, but he's brought the jack out into the open, and he'll not be happy about that because Damien has got a shot available to him on the backhand.
Damien will use a timeout in a moment as he weighs up his options.
If he comes
Timeout
through
call.
there, he's got a great chance to get
Damien
the two
has
balls.
4 timeouts remaining.
The jack is in a position to be moved, and if it is moved, then he can have a wee look and see where it's going to go, probably over that direction. Can't see it going to the other side, but it looks like it's a percentage shot. The way he's playing, I don't think he's going to draw it. It's just not an easy shot because the gap is quite narrow. But he's going for it. Oh, that looks wide. Is he going to give back? Oh, it's coming now. Actually, I was wrong. It was narrow. Oh, he wasn't using anywhere near the weight, Paul, that I was thinking of. That's why I thought he was wide when he let it go. I thought, you know, play right through this. Don't play that Mickey Mouse in between weight shot that is just so hard to convert.
Just got caught slightly there.
Technical term, that.
You professional bowlers and your terms, I tell you.
Mickey Mouse shot, you know. It's but it's just, well, you've been doing this long enough to know.
Yeah.
That's a hard shot to play in the portable rink. It really is.
3 shots, Greg Harlow.
And there's the consequences as well. But it was a horrible shot. I was expecting, like you, an awful lot more pace, and then your opponent punishes you.
Spare shot opportunity, as we call it. Last ball, nothing really close from the opposition. And Greg's doing everything right here. He really is.
Jack length 27 metres red, 27.
27 metres has been the favoured length of Greg Harlow.
It's quite surprising how bowlers manage to adapt.
One
Something
green.
happens to them. Ian Bond many years ago won the world pairs, and his partner Andy Thompson lifted him in such a way that he damaged his arm in the singles for the singles event. Andy was too busy celebrating to realise that he crushed Ian, and Ian went to the final in the singles all the way without playing a driving bowl because he couldn't drive with his arm being injured, and he was forced to play draws that he would never even have attempted before.
Noted for his attacking play too, Ian Bond.
Yep.
Twice winner here in Perth.
Indeed, we miss you, Bondi.
1 green. 1.
Damien sticking to the forehand. He can make it to the red balls in the forehand. There's nothing to stop him. Bigger shoulders on the backhand. Margin of error is better on that side. There's just that chance of moving the jack, that's all. Just needs to clear everything. Well, that's a beauty. I thought he might have just fallen back there, but looks like a definite 2.
Favourites 2, possibly a measure for the third.
Now Greg Harlow. This is what he'll see. Very hard to come in and get a very clean shot. He will use a timeout, but he's using the television monitor.
Timeout call.
Yes, he's got a good view there, which is
Greg
excellent.
has
Of
3 timeouts
the
remaining.
overhead shot. Well, he could drive it. It's a narrow target, hard to draw it, really difficult. So, damage limitation. Play a runner, and you might just get the front ball onto the jack. He just has to be careful here. Just putting the pressure on the knee.
A wee grimace as he got it away.
He's close though to the front ball, just on the inside. It's the first runner he's really had to play in the match, and it's not the time to do it when you're in a bit of a problem with the back leg. So it takes all the weight, just for a moment it takes the full body weight before you plant your left foot down. Now Damien's going to the safe side, onto the backhand. Looking for the big bend now. Here it comes. Oh, it's well played.
Do you want to take the 3?
Yep.
Take 3 away.
Take 2 away. Take 3 away.
So there's 3 taken out. They'll have a look at the 4th ball.
Umpire, please.
And the umpire is called for.
Yes.
And blew it out with a little
3
box
Damien,
measure.
no measure.
Oh, we love this wee bit of instrumentation. A box measure.
Yeah, certainly our rings favour green.
Big result here if you can pick up a full house.
Oh, he has.
That's our rings were very, very much right there. That's well in.
There's our rings of truth.
4 shots, Damien Doubler.
And now there is a little bit of light for Damien Doubler, who has never lost in straight sets in any of the 4 World Bowls Tour events that he's played in, despite not winning any of the 4 matches.
Well, that was a good 4. Greg had a close ball there and he put 4 inside, so but he really needs to get those first 2 deliveries within a foot or so. Greg's still
29
playing
metres
too
green,
well.
29.
Needs to start to build up the heads in his favour and force Greg into the running balls. With the injury, that's it's not going to be just as easy.
Well, there is no such thing as a good 4 to lose. Greg Harlow doesn't have to panic. Great opening ball though from Damien Doubler. Now he's been favouring this hand away from the commentary box end. All the way back to centre rink, but short.
Yes, the longer jack length is better for Damien. He's been pushing through a little bit in his hand.
2 green.
That's going under very early. More weight than anything else. Well, he probably wasn't that far away, maybe a foot or so, but it's a chance now for Damien. Tall young player, nice smooth delivery. Very vague memories when I was as slim as that. Sadly, it's just fading rapidly. It really is. That memory.
I thought the new shirt looked nice on you.
Ah, absolutely.
3 green.
Even Damien's mum thought I'd put on weight because of it, and I thought, no, I haven't. Trouble here. Big trouble here. After losing a 4, the last thing you want to do is lose another one. The set would be getting away from Greg.
Well, it was the joy of sets play. Damien Doubler didn't get on the card in the opening set. Let's put that behind him.
Not sure if he's pushed this one.
I didn't think he had.
Oh, that's a chance missed.
3 green.
That really is a chance missed. I wouldn't be at all surprised if Greg gets very close to this last one now. Well, he may not even bother. He was aiming up to play. Oh, look at that. He just walked up there and he was really struggling. Changed his hand on the forehand. Doesn't know why he was dropping short within the back.
How about this though?
There you go.
How about this, Greg Harlow?
Well, taking 1 off definite, maybe a 2, but to wait to see how he struggled off that delivery.
Umpire, please.
Well, 1 is out.
1 green and a measure.
It's the fact he was short with his first 3. He wanted to make sure he was there.
Yeah, and you can see it the way he played the ball and then struggled after it. I thought he was putting a bit of effort into it, and I actually thought he was going to fall over at one stage. That knee has really stuffed it.
This is a big moment in the match. If Greg Harlow can stay within 3 and not 4, it's big at this stage.
Second shot. I think it's a clear second. Yep, there it is.
1 shot. Damien Doubler.
Well, keep on the long heads, and the next time if he goes long in that direction, I think Greg will start off in the forehand. He's talking away to himself. He's had to change his game quite considerably because of this injury by not walking up and down. So, you're chasing the rhythm of the way you would normally play, and also he's in a situation of not being sure every time he plants his foot down whether it's going to give way or not. So it's a lot of people will look at that jack scampering on there. Yep, still made it.
Gotta give great credit to Damien Doubler for the way he's come back in this match. But his last bowl, the last end, just opened the door for Greg, and these are the ones that gnaw away at you.
Well, half yard short, a foot short on the forehand. Greg had nowhere to go but to stick with the hand that he had fielded with 3 bowls. So it's those ones that come back to bite you. It's better. I think he extended his step forward a little bit there as well to give himself more of a backswing.
1 red.
I'm not sure if it's a tell by Damien Dibbler, but the right hand comes out and almost just waves slightly when he knows he's not played a good shot.
Oh, he knows that's just not good enough. You know, it's. He's scoring. He's getting those first 2 balls in pretty close, and Greg's getting him a chance now. He needs to get close with this one. He's got a little bit of a sight of the finishing line, 7th end. Better with this, but he's still waving at it. He's not going to rake it. No, didn't think so. Didn't
1
make
red.
it.
1 red.
Yeah. Now Greg drops this in to lie 2. Puts all the pressure back on his opponent.
One red.
Still a chance. He has to draw it. No point in reaching the ball with overweight. Just won't make it back. Certainly reaching a bit more, but will he get the edge? Just not
1
enough.
red.
Actually, he got a fairly thick edge there. He wouldn't have been far away from making the shot. Still didn't push through. Yeah, there's that little grimace at the end of that delivery, and keep swinging the arm, Greg. It's all you can do because the weight's there. Just didn't get back to turn the jack.
Just the one.
One, yeah.
1 shot. Greg Harlow.
2 singles. Greg will be very happy.
Yeah, Greg Harlow felt he missed a wee chance there. At least 3rd and 4th. Remember, if the set is tied, Greg Harlow will go through having won the opening sets.
Jack length 24.5 metres, red 24.5.
Well, it was crucial for Greg to get that jack because he can go back to his more favoured length. Alright, Damien Reef. Well, he's sticking to the forehand. He hasn't been playing this particularly well, but wants to get off to a good start with the first ball.
Trundling on, it looked lazy from delivery. It trundles on that shorter length.
One green.
You don't need to change, just stick with it. Try and rest your own ball. Yeah, this is good.
2 green.
There's the number 1.
1 red.
Tell you what, if Greg does win this again, there will be certainly no cartwheels out there. I'm going to take a risk on this one. Get that leg well strapped up. Damon's still on with a shout. If he can get into the jack here, he can make a double.
Might just touch it across, but he's going to fall in. It's close.
1 red.
Still holding 1 red.
1 red. It's close, but it's 1 red.
My ball in relation to the jack, please.
Your ball was half a ball short of jack high.
Ooh, it's not nice either way. Backhand he drops off it, forehand he brings the jack to the green bowl. It's one of those ones where you're almost better to stay away from it. You'll take a
Time out,
time
Paul.
out. Yeah, it's plenty of time out. So.
Greg has 2 timeouts remaining.
We just drop it short on the forehand, muddy the waters.
Pass the second roll behind, please.
I think so. He's got a back bowl. You know,
How far?
Gap is 2.5 inches between your ball and
there's
second.
almost no shot for Damien on the backhand. So if Greg does drop it short on the 4, it might just force him outside the line where you just don't get back. So something, you know, even 2-3 yards short would do it. But the alternative, of course, is to go deep just in case. But Damien's shot is really just a draw. So yeah, he's played this as a blocker. He's just trying to get back, and I think he's too wide for the blocker.
Yeah, he's misplayed that.
Yeah. Well, the only thing I can think of is that he was trying to get maybe half a yard behind the jack. I saw the width on the ball and I thought he was trying to block it, but this is a hard shot. Big ball though. If he plays it and plays it right, he could put this set to bed.
Look narrow. But how's it going to finish? It's holding out.
I think he's put the extra weight on.
Yeah.
Can't blame him. He had to arrive at it. Such a difficult shot.
1 shot. Greg Harlow.
Said Greg will be looking for 2 singles. He's got the first one.
Yeah, Damien has to win the end to force the tie break. I agree with you, there'll be no cartwheels should he get through. Nice use of the Ward Thomas cartwheels music to open the programme. Earlier on, nothing wrong with a bit of country.
Jack length 28 metres red, 28.
Now this is as good as a tie-break end. It's winner take all. Greg Harlow takes the match. Damien Doubler takes it to a tie-break.
First ball just been dropping short in this direction, and he's done it again.
Your ball's 2.5 feet through. The green ball's 3 feet.
Damien's parents will be a lot happier. He's in real fight in the second set, so Ryan and Paula will be feeling a lot more content.
Greg Harlow's made a great adjustment, and he comes.
2 red. Gap 15 inches.
Force him onto the backhand, and this may not be such a bad thing because he's been struggling on the forehand at times. Early move, second ball, always a chance to correct with your third and fourth, but you have to reach when you need to score.
Correct.
Well, it's looking like more and more another Welshman being sent back to Cardiff, back to South Wales. Another one in. Too many chances. That's the trouble. There's too many chances. And might be tempted now to move back to the front if he wishes. He's got a shelf to rest onto. That last ball will give him a good target.
He will call a timeout. I say he will. He certainly should.
Just while he has a good look at this, you can see where he's going to go.
Timeout called. Damien has 3 timeouts remaining.
Greg Harlow will be hoping his work is almost done.
He's certainly a lot closer with this one. Just needs to stop. And will he drop? Well, he has.
It's very, very close, Greg.
Well, Greg's going to have to come down this time. Match on the line. He's going to take that clock all the way down, I can tell you.
And all the way back, because
Yep.
he's got 2 of them. He's going to need it all the way back too, but
Timeout called. Greg has 1 timeout remaining.
I still favour he'll just draw this because there's no running ball on, and he plays the same balls as last. He'll drop in behind the jack, and there's really nothing there for Damien.
Yeah, the limp very pronounced now.
It is, but he's moving a bit. He probably needs to actually move a bit as well, just to try and loosen it up. But he just needs 1 good ball here, and the match will be over. Outside of the mat to try and make sure the ball comes back into the head. He's going to make sure he's arriving as well if he's in that position. Now, he's going to be very close for it, but I'm not sure if he's reaching. Nope, didn't make it. That's a set. Damien has to make absolutely sure that he's lined the shot.
Timeout called.
Well, they'll take the time out. He'll have another look. He's
Damien
not.
has 2 timeouts remaining.
Wow, I thought the marker had called one.
No, he said close. He said close. He wouldn't.
Did he
he
say it
didn't-
was a
he-
favour? No.
No, he didn't
Because he's
favour
very
either.
good at it.
I think it's called a measure, which is, I think, the right thing to do when it is so close.
Umpire, please.
So he's not going to play his last. He doesn't want to do any damage. Well, it's a roll of the dice.
Yeah.
From our position, I'd say I favoured green.
Well, it's at our end, but we're a long way away. But the way Greg's sitting down, I'm getting the impression that Heath has a slight favourite against him, but calipers are always very accurate. And
Big measure in the game.
trouble was if Damien had played it, you know, and got it wrong, it would have been horrible. So he's well in.
1 shot. Damien Douglas, second set. Match tiebreak.
Heads.
Heads it is. Give it up. Greg won the toss and is elected to give the jack to Damien.
Well, on this direction away from the commentary box, it's been favouring Damien to go long. I think Damien probably asked Dan McManus, who was lying, who have your favourite for, because he has got a good eye. That's something the players look for with a marker, just to make sure that on the first couple of close measures you ask him, and if he gets it right, you're confident that he's got a good eye then.
Well, Damien Dibbler keeps up his remarkable run of never losing a match in straight sets. But can he shake off the tie-break hoodoo? He's had 3 tie-breaks. He's lost them all. Well, you have to say he's lost them to Greg Harlow, David Gurley and Andy Thompson.
Yeah, he's not exactly losing them to make weights, is he?
No.
If you're losing to classy players like that, you sort of have to say, well, sometime it might turn in my favour.
So in the tie break, we play 3 ends, single shot counts, doesn't matter whether you're lying 2, 3 or 4, you just get 1.
One green.
He's moved on to the backhand and just holding off. Anything behind Jack was good there. There was a value to it. Where he's put it has actually helped Greg Harlow. He might be tempted to run this, although a little turn on the Jack would be good in the forehand. Yeah, it's that last bowl of Damien's that might help him here.
Clean Jack into the ditch.
Well, that's what happens whenever you drop one short and offer a target to these players. And they just grab it and say, well, I'll have a bit of that, thank you very much.
So the Jack will be marked in the ditch and the red marker will show 2. Took it clean.
Good solid connection. I'm a little bit surprised he's playing this backhand. Yeah. And the reason I'm saying is that as this ball drops weight, it'll be swinging away from the Jack, whereas on the forehand it would be swinging towards the Jack.
One red.
Yeah, I'm slightly puzzled by that as well. You can see where the Jack is, you can see the red ball.
Greg will play the 4 and try and just hide the ball around the corner, but doesn't really need to get that close. The advantage of having a touch from the ditch is obviously that ball is live because it touched the Jack and it stays there. But if you put one within a foot, that would have been a rest for Damien. So he's going to have to draw this absolutely clean to within probably a foot of the edge of the ditch.
Yeah, he's not helped by the fact the Jack is tucked tight. Just the difference if it had been right at the fallen in of the nest, but it went in with weight and stayed back, didn't bounce.
It adds about 8 inches more to the distance. He has to give this a chance. Even if it goes into the ditch, you have to be up. You must give this a chance to draw. Needs just to hurry now. Needs to hurry. No, didn't make it. 1 down.
One red.
That's it. Greg will not play this ball.
Happy Damien.
No need to.
Yeah.
So Greg Harlow with that drive, doing enough to set up success.
First end, Greg Harlow.
So Damien's given the jack to Greg. It was his choice this end. He wants the last bowl. Greg brings the mat up a metre or two and then goes for the tee
Jack
in this
length,
direction.
27
And
metres,
Damien
Greg,
has been
27.
traditionally dropping short at this length.
One green. 8-inch gap. 8-inch gap.
Well, it's about the first time I can remember in this direction where Damien's got within a foot or so of his first bowl. Good time to do it.
This is the 6th tie-break. The Scottish International Open. This is the 14th match. Greg Harlow looking to close things out. Draws the shot.
One red.
What's the gap, please, between
Gap between the red ball and the jack is 3 inches.
Just needs to hurry. Well, that is
One
not
red.
going to help. It half blocks the running ball that he might have to play, and he's going to be in trouble. The next one, he's got a match lie against him.
Greg would like another one in.
Well, he's not too far away with this. Doesn't want to leave the shoulder, but if it drops, it's good.
2 red.
So both players will come down and have a look at this. See what he can do here. Is it worth a hit?
Well, I think it is. It's don't think
Time
there's
out
any
call.
doubt. You know, it's definitely
Damien
there for
has
him.
2 timeouts remaining.
He has to move out. And the thing is, Paul, even if he moves the front one, you know, get rid of that ball, clear that out of the way. He's still got another one left. Just do something to change the look of the head. Well, he's looking at it. Must be close. Well, that certainly opens the door a bit. He's given himself a chance now.
Well, the jack is in the ditch, and it is going to be, I mean, it's red lying, but really it's a one
2
ball
red.
shootout here. You can see there the marker of the jack, the yellow circle with a black line is centre rink.
This is just a matter of who can get closest to the edge. You know, and the advantage that Greg has is that he's already lined the shot, but he knows it's nowhere near close enough. So anything within 2 feet will test Damien. Let's put it that way.
Let's
Well, that's
extend that. That's
pretty
not
good.
bad.
That's pretty good, but
3 red.
it is beatable.
So match lie against Jack in the ditch. Greg Harlow in good place.
Timeout call.
Timeout is called.
Damien has 1 timeout remaining.
Massive ball here for the young man. Draws this. He'll go into the last end with as good a chance as his opponent. It's just a one end for to win the match, so big ball needed. Has to be reaching.
Good ball with his third to create the opportunity. Can he now see it out?
Well, he's looking at it. He's certainly a help. Thing is he too heavy?
Looks heavy. This is to force the extra end. It's got the weight to go
it's too
all
much.
the way in.
Yeah.
It's not going to stay.
I can't blame him. He had to have a go at it. He must get at least up to the red goal. So Greg will be very relieved. Under the circumstances, he'll be more than relieved. Carried an injury for a large part of that match.
Well, the Scottish International Open, never have the too many contested. The previous year's final both gone out in the first round, and that's to continue this year. Jason Greenslade, last year's runner-up, was a victim, but not Greg Harlow. He's through on the tie-break, and he wins it by 2-1.
Well, Greg Harlow looking very comfortable at the start of the match. Everything was going right. He was drawing beautiful balls in as well. Just dropping off the edge with that one. And then he had a problem with his knee. That's when the difficulty came in, and that was on the 5th end. And Damien suddenly saw a little sniff of a chance. He didn't manage to make it back into the first set, losing 11-0. But Greg was not to be denied. Still playing very good balls, but he was in agony during the rest of this match, and for 3/4 of it he was in a lot of trouble. But to be fair to Damien, he was starting to get some very good balls in with 2s and 3s against him, drawing the shot there. That was a key moment. And then a very comfortable count there for Greg as he dropped one in, and that was a 4 on the 5th end of the second set, and that was pivotal in the second set for Damien Doubler. He was able to build on that, get himself out of trouble on a few ends. As the ball drops in, he got a single on the last end to go 8-6 in front. First end of the tiebreak, Greg jack in the ditch, and that was to be the winning ball, and Damien just dropped into the ditch. In the next end, a relieved champion is through to the second round.
Well, Greg Harlow dominated the opening set. That reflected in the number of ends won and shots too, but he was also good at touches, put constant pressure on Damien Doubler, and Greg Harlow, the champion, is safely through to round number 2.
The old muscles, something gave. Struggled for a couple of ends, but he wore off a little bit, and as you say, just managed to hang on in the end. Damien come very, very strong. I thought, to be honest, I thought he's going to draw this and we're going to go down to the last end and it'll be a flick of a coin job. But as you say, limped over the line.
Was there a concern, Greg, that you might not be able to continue?
Well, there's always a concern, isn't there? I did wonder. Had it got worse, I might have to have carried on, but it wore off a little bit, so it got slightly easier as it went on, as the game went on.
Yeah, Damien, I was speaking to you before the match and you said you were feeling a little nervous. Did nerves play a part in that first set?
No, I don't think so. It was nerves really. It was more of trying to get used to a set of balls and get a line and consistency with them. But the first set I was poor, and but fair play to Greg, he played really well. Even with that injury and deserved to win in the end. I was fortunate, I thought, to get it to a tie-break. I know I lifted my game in the second, but he deserved the match overall.
You certainly did a spirited fight back in the second set, particularly in the 5th end. You scored 4 to go from a 4-2 down to 6-4 up.
Yeah, it was a big end, that was, especially in the context of the set. It gave me a bit of a cushion, and you just always look to push on from there, and thankfully I did.
And the match went to a tie-break then, Greg. It was a nervous time for us all, tense stuff out there, but a key shot you played in the first set.
Yeah, basically the first end of the tie-break, Damien laid shot, looked an inviting target, so I thought I'll just have a go if I can get the jack nice into the ditch, which I did. Obviously went on to win that end, and it probably set me up for the win. Had I missed, the pressure would have then been on, but fortunately it was a shot that I played well and got a good result.
Yeah, did your tactics change because of the injury?
I think the tactics change because of the tie-break. I think quite often you don't worry about shots, you're just looking to score the one to win. So no, basically the tactics didn't change because of the injury, just because it was a tie-break.
And a tough tie for your first match.
Yeah, absolutely. I knew it was always going to be a tough tie. He's a great draw player. As I said, I started really well, so I felt comfortable in the first set. Having said that, Damien come well on the second set. He was drawing well, scored a 4, nearly scored another 4. So I knew in the tie-break it could go in either way, and it was going to be down to an odd key bowl. Fortunately, I found the one, as I said, that I needed on the first tie-break end.
And the big question is, how will you be tomorrow with the injury?
Well, no, obviously now just go and rest and see what's what. I don't think it's too bad because I said it wore off as the game went on. But for 2 or 3 ends, it was very, very painful. But yeah, hopefully a night's rest and it'll be fine. The muscles and old bones will be all right in the morning.
Certainly curtailing your cartwheeling activities.
Yeah,
so.
they've gone. They're definitely finished.
Well, Greg, many congratulations, and Damien, commiserations to you. Let's have a wee look at the second round draw then, shall we? This is how it's firming up. After Greg's win there, we have David Gourley against Mervyn King, Wayne Wilgris against Darren Burnett, Greg Harlow, the victor who prevailed in that match there, against either Mark Royal or Trevor Taylor. We'll see that match later. Connor Sinato against Robert Paxton, Stuart Anderson against Andy Thompson, Alex Marshall against Jamie Chesney. The winners of Paul Foster and Chris Gale, which we'll see imminently, against Mark Davis, and Les Gillett against Nick Brett. Then next up for us this afternoon is Paul Foster against Chris Gale, and we can hear from both players now. Chris Gale. Put your hands together now for Paul Foster, MBE. Yeah, the big man has the eye of the tiger, and so indeed does our commentary team, Paul Mitchell and David Corkhill.
Paul Foster has been the model of consistency in the first round of the Scottish International Open. He's won 11 of his last 11 first round matches. This could be tough though.
I think it will be. Chris Gale's a very good player. He's an international player, and he won't be frightened of Paul Foster, and that's the main thing. And he's an attacking player as well. So I think what we'll find here is that Paul Foster will do what he always does, good close balls, and Chris Gale will bring the big gun out.
So, fascinating match in prospect. So Chris Gale playing in the Scottish International Open for the first time against Mr. Experience himself, Paul Foster. Gets ready to play the opening ball in his 16th Scottish International Open.
Paul Foster, a very fast player as well. He won't hang about. Chris Gale a bit more animated. You have to slap the legs and the click of the fingers and the waving of the cloth and everything else whenever he doesn't know if he's really close or not.
Looks a great line from the commentary box. He's just going to slip in.
I thought Paul Foster didn't look too happy with that one, but it actually held the line for a long, probably a lot longer than what he expected.
12 inches past Jack high.
Rest of the ball would be handy. Yep, that little touch just drops you in. Paul plays off the outside of the mat almost all the time, which means he goes on a wide line and has faith in the balls to get back to centre.
Still one green.
The shot clock has a tendency to put you on your mettle. I think I got down to about 2 seconds at one stage, but I was always confident about getting the ball away. There's all the clicks of the fingers that you hear now, and got a bit of work to do. This one, yeah, not getting back. Looking for the red ball. Chance for Paul Foster here just to try and rest off the green one. This is usually right up Paul Foster Street. He plays those little in-between shots better than most players. Yep, going for a little controlled weight. If he gets past the front green one, he'll be very close. Well, they'd have to be lucky now. No. He was onto the line, and
Chris Gale.
he's normally very good at those. I would expected him, but I have to say it is the first end. It's not exactly the time that you want to be playing those sort of shots.
So opening end for Chris Gale from Blackpool, plays at Blackpool Newton Hall, indoor bowling. We'll be getting plenty of support from down there today.
Good club, Newton Hall. Been there many times.
28 metres green.
Good staff, good people. I give you about another 25 minutes, Paul, before you say Crystal Gale.
I was trying not to go there at all.
It's going to happen. I'm certain of it.
Well, it's now in my head, so.
Paul didn't look too happy about that. Must be on weight because his line's good. Yeah, 2 feet through.
Just again a little pacey.
1 green. 18 inches.
Now both players using the same manufacturer of ball. Oh, didn't look too happy with that one. Well, they're both strong bias. Well, he knew he wasn't reaching. That was why a player knows before anybody if he's pushed the ball through or not.
One red.
Better chance for this one. Definitely reaching. Yep. Has he been a bit unlucky? Nope. The ball's staying up. Doesn't want it to drop.
Round it comes.
Oh, he's close for this. Any touch on the ball. Yeah, brilliant. I think he's edged it out for a double. It's a great ball.
2 shots, Paul Foster.
Well, nothing's safe when you play Paul Foster. You play a great ball, you think you've done enough. It's a lovely shot. Just enough to nudge the green ball over.
Yes, you almost have to nail it down when it comes to playing against Paul, especially with his wide swinging balls. Always used wide swinging balls, to be fair. It doesn't matter what manufacturer it is. He's just that type of player. Good to see. I don't think any of the top players like straight running balls. Almost it makes it artificial in many ways. You know, the sport was designed to have a ball that would bend, go out wide and then bend back into the target area. Gives you a real good indication there the way that one came right back in.
Yeah, there's only one place for straight balls, and that's the bin. Not a fan.
I think the thing is about straight bowls, Paul, is it's not the manufacturer's fault because they work to the master bowl, which is a master bowl provided by manufacturers and to a certain tolerance and approved by World Bowls. And you know, once it goes outside the remit of the manufacturers in terms of the actual specification, you're in the situation they just meet the market, you know, requirement, and that's fair enough. Personally, I would just change the master bowl.
Yeah.
And that's it. Problem solved.
Surging it forward, which is never a good sign.
No, might just be enough.
1 green.
It's enough to lie, but the gap's still too large. Chris knows that. And again, that's why.
1 red. 4 inches.
Too many chances.
Gap is 14 inches.
Just not making the trip, but that'll certainly make it difficult for Paul on that forehand.
Just about 20 inches short of jack high.
Well, he can still get around it.
Same one.
If he wants to play it, it's still there, but the balls he uses, he can play either side.
The temptation to go in what would be classed as the open hand here.
Well, you still have to push it out wide. Well, there's no plant shot really on here for Chris Gayle. He's just got to try and draw this. If he goes racing at it, there's a potential to take 2 balls out of his own. It's not worth it. Just dropping into the pack. Weight wasn't bad.
1 shot. Paul Foster.
Beautiful setting this for Bowls, the portable rink, constructed last week. It's built up with great care and attention. Sits on top of the actual bowling green here in Perth.
Yes, that we're still building around the edges of the rink when David Gurley was practicing on it.
Jack length 28 metres.
David likes to get as many R's on the rink as he possibly can. Good green here at Perth. Played on it many times in international series, and it's always a good place to come to. Really enjoy Perth. Everything's so central.
Good opening again, as well as the construction of the rink. Of course, you've got to protect the surface upon which everything is placed. It's not the easiest of tasks, but it's so well done. And look how far that was down before Paul Foster reckoned he didn't like it. Now, what was there not to like?
Well, in this particular occasion, absolutely nothing. I think I'd be more worried there that Paul actually wasn't sure. You know, players of this standard at these events, whether they're qualifiers or not, all know whether they're going to be there or not. I'm surprised at Paul coming up after 2 balls, because he's just giving himself time to see, is it worth going near it?
2 red.
I would suggest it's not. Even a bowl of the green balls would be quite useful, but he might go respot, because he knows that Chris Gayle is very good at the running balls and very quick to use them.
Tough target though at that length. Just a simple ball width.
He's well out here, so he's making sure there's no value in going into the head. Yep, giving himself a bit of width, not all the way to the respot, but he's reckoning the jack will go out sideways. Here's to see if Chris plays this, because if he's on the backhand, he could take his own 2 balls out. He's going to run at this, he has to play it forehand. Well, sticking to the draw. Not easy.
Great effort, just in behind.
It's not going to help. That really locks that red ball in, and I think Paul Foster will once again stay away from this in a 3-1 up position. Doesn't need to go near it, because I'm absolutely certain that Chris will drive with the next one.
But your point's a fair one. That back ball is almost locked in now.
I think what Paul has to do is just make sure that there's no way that Chris can score out of this, even if he does drive. I think he's made a mistake here.
Yeah, he was coming for the 2 back green balls.
Yeah, he's made a mistake, and the body language tells me he's made a mistake as well. He knew, look at that, he knew rightly, as soon as that ball left his hand, he knew that that was going into the wrong position, and it's opened it up on that side. He's coming down now thinking, if I could shoot myself for that. Well, it was a lovely bowl if you're looking for 3 shots, but you know,
No,
yeah.
he wasn't.
Timeout called.
Is that timeout taken?
Chris has 4 timeouts remaining.
It's a wider target on the backhand now, and that might be the way he decides to go. Should be a drive.
There it comes.
Oh, couldn't get it away right, he's wide. Goodness me.
3 shots, Paul Foster.
Well, it wasn't the barn door to hit, but at the same time, that's a long way away for Chris Gayle. He's normally so accurate.
Yeah, 3 down didn't change things, but I think what will worry him more was the fact he missed by so much. Paul Foster settles into an early commanding lead.
Jack length 26 metres, red.
Paul Foster again favouring slightly short jack length. So Chris Gayle through the qualifiers to get here. Taking his first World Bowls Tour singles tournament since 2014. Played in the International Open, got past Darren Burnett in round 1.
2 feet. 2 feet.
Comfortably too, 12-4, 10-2 for a loss and a tie-break to Simon Skelton. Sometimes it's all about getting your first win on the World Bowls Tour. A few hand claps
Two
there,
red.
not of a positive one.
Well, no, if you're going to the thing is about something like this, you can't allow Paul Foster just to have a free hand, and the last end will be playing on Chris Gale's head. That really, you know, to miss by that distance, and then to put 2 balls so far away.
3 red. 5 inches.
Again, he's looking to draw close or hit this. Oh, this is a tough shot.
Looking to at least get second shot. He's going to fall in behind.
Yeah, it's an overcorrection, Paul, isn't it? You know,
Yep, 3 red.
it's almost predictable, not always, but almost predictable that when you're trying to take 4 or 5 feet off, you take 8 feet off, and this makes it very, very hard for Chris Gale. And Paul's got a choice now. He can go for cover if he wishes, or he can pop another one in. Either way, there's no easy shot for Chris to get out of trouble.
He's looking to draw another.
Yep, he's going for the full house. Well, that almost guarantees the shot.
4 red.
I think the best Chris can do here is to draw in for third or hit it to take 1 or 2 out.
Again, the hits are not a great looking target. He could connect onto his own green and split the 2 red.
Well, it just doesn't look. It doesn't look nice. It really doesn't. So another foot or so of weight. He's got a chance.
So he's gone for the draw and a prayer.
Well, 4 against you. You're almost going to say to yourself, "I have to reach." And once you do that, well, that's what happens. You're
4
overplayed.
shots. Paul Foster.
Well, that was a very simple, straightforward 4 for Paul, albeit 4 good bowls.
Paul Foster went out in round 1 in 3 of his first 4 Scottish International Opens, but I mentioned 11 out of 11 since. A model of consistency. Has been
Jacqueline,
taken to a
27
tiebreak a
metres.
couple of
Red.
times, but he gets off to such a fast start. And he's done so again here today. Great watching these balls come over the carpet. It looked like that ball was going
Program
to
sign.
be a yard or 2 short, but it just eases its way forward.
Well, once again, Paul Foster all over the jack with that first delivery, and you just feel he's getting into that rhythm, isn't he? And this is why you're trying to anticipate who's going to get good runs in this tournament early doors before you get a chance to see everyone playing. And I was curious to see how Paul Foster played in his first match, and he settled into this well and truly.
3 feet.
Now, Chris, it's time to start playing a few big bowls.
To borrow an old country line,
1
David,
red.
if Paul Foster's got the rhythm, then Chris Gale has got the blues.
He certainly has. Only a matter of time. Rhythm and blues, eh? Rhythm and blues.
Two red.
Last ball, please.
It's 4 inches short of Jack high.
And my last ball.
18 inches gap.
Once again, he's got 1 ball to get out of trouble. He has another one after this, but if he doesn't make it with this one, I fully expect Paul Foster to block the gap. So this really has to be in. don't think he's reaching. No.
Virtually the same ball.
Now he really is in trouble if Paul Foster pops another one in. Well, looks like Paul's just decided to go a little bit wider with this one. So he's looking for his outside bowler just past it. Past it would be perfect. Yeah, it's another head where Chris Gale's facing a 3 shots, like, you know, end after end after end. Played a wide line just to make sure he was away from the green balls. And that target will look very small from the mat.
Chasing again.
Over the weight. There's just not a hope of that getting back. Not a mission.
3, Chris. 3 shots, Paul Foster.
Well, it's control, it's precision, and it's one-way traffic. It's Paul Foster. Such is the nature of these 2-set matches. You can lose the first one, and you can come roaring back in the second if you just get a little glimmer. But this is all but academic. 12 shots available on the next 3 ends.
Jack length 26 metres.
And if you thought Leicester City winning the Premiership was tough, the Chicago Cubs ending a 108-year run and the All Blacks getting beat by Ireland. I can
Wasn't a
tell you
shock.
something. Well, it's 111 years, I think, since done it the last time. I can tell you what, they're all better odds than Chris Gale has of getting 3-4s.
We had them by the scruff the last time, went into, well, effectively went into extra time.
And didn't finish them.
About 83 minutes or something when they scored. That hurt. But as you say, it is academic, and as soon as this ball just gets dropped in there short, they'll just be rolling the balls up and down, that's all. Paul will just pop a few in for practice. Not that he needs any after that scoring run. 3-4-3. Oh, that's that's impressive.
Just keep on going. In terms of biggest scores so far, Marvin King in the first set against Lisa Featherway of Australia, 15-5. Alex Marshall didn't score as many shots but had a better margin against Mark Sanford of Canada. Well played. Chris Gale won 14-1 in the first set.
Yeah, but they were against overseas opposition, and Chris Gale is an international England player, so you know it's a whole lot different in many ways, and a qualifier from the UK, so you know, quality of opposition is different.
Gap is 4 inches.
When you've played your best ball of the
1
match and Paul Foster returns.
You know, Alex and Mervyn will really use those games as practice, to be fair. It's just a little practice draw for the second set.
One shot in the first set, Paul Foster.
Chris Gale won the opening end. 6 straight ends for Paul Foster. Ends 2 and 3 were tight. End 4 he just stretched away. The full house at 5, and then the 3 and the 1 to finish. And Chris Gale just had to put that to bed, start again.
Jack length 29.5 metres, green.
So maximum jack length, he's waving this up.
Slapped the leg there from Chris at the frustrations there, and he's a much better player than this. He really is. I've watched him get through another events, and he's nowhere near top form here. Thing is that the counts that he was losing were all good counts, but he gave Paul the space to get in. Now that one will disturb him more than the first one, because he lost line and weight. And the line was good with the first ball, he just needed to push through it by a yard, and the look on his face is enough to tell me he's just a bit confused out there at the moment. I would say if you're that confused with 2 balls in the backhand, move to the forehand.
2 red.
Don't fight it. Go.
Yeah, there's no point in doing the same thing if you're going to get the same result.
Yeah, you can't fight it after the first 2 balls. If the second one was a disturbing delivery for him. So move to the other side. You've got 2 goes at it, and looks like he's pretty close with the first effort.
On green.
Chris Gale really hasn't had is the opportunity to follow up a good ball.
20 inches short of jack high.
Does now.
Yep. First time.
Two green.
He's in, but it's still a distance away. You know, it's a foot all round the jack, so I would expect Paul Foster to get close with this one, but has he pushed it out too much? This has got a lot of work to do. Yeah. Well, in the end, it wasn't too far away, but
Good.
still
Two shots. Chris Gale.
Well, it's a good start to the second set. David Gurley has joined David Curry on the balcony.
Yes, thanks, Paul. I have company up here in the balcony, esteemed company, the high performance coach for Bowl Scotland. You know him better as David Gurley, world indoors champion in 1996. And you're having something of a late flourishing in your own career, David.
Yeah, obviously I finished
Jack
the
length,
sort of
29
season well
metres,
last year,
green.
winning the International Open at Blackpool, so that was a bit unexpected. So yeah, it's always good to finish on a high.
Yeah, and you've been in action already at this tournament. You played on Saturday, you won through to the next round, and you've got a tough tie on your hands in that one, Mervyn King.
Yeah, obviously play Mervyn tomorrow. You know, Mervyn and I, we know one another really well. We're actually pairs partners at World Championships, so it's always difficult when you're playing against a good friend, but you know, I'm sure it'll be a good game.
Now with your high performance hat on, one of your team members there, Paul Foster, he looks in good form today.
Yeah, Paul looks really confident out there. I think he's really happy with his bowls. You know, he's finishing the centre of the rink every time, and that takes a lot of pressure off him. So he looks really happy, really confident. You know, and Chris has got a big struggle if he's going to take this second set.
Yeah, we had a momentous summer in 2014. You were involved with the Commonwealth Games team. A big event coming up later this year as well, which you will be masterminding, no doubt, as far as the Scots are concerned.
Yeah, obviously Glasgow was amazing, you know, and just to be part of that winning squad was incredible. You know, it's memories that will last a lifetime. And later on in November, we start all again. We go to New Zealand for the World Championships, and that's part of our qualification for the Commonwealth Games. So it's a huge tournament for us.
Now, what happens, David, if you come up against, in the latter rounds, you come up against a Paul Foster or an Alex Marshall, you must know their game inside out.
Well, look, I think we know one another really well. You know, we've been competing against one another for over 25 years. So yeah, we sort of keep that separate, that side of things separate.
Well, David, thank you very much for your time this afternoon. I'll hand you back to Paul and David in the commentary booth.
18 inches past Jack High.
Thank you, David. David Corkill and I were reminiscing about Glasgow 2014 just last night. Wonderful occasion. Superbly organised. Very successful for the Scottish men.
Oh, it's just swinging across, and Paul Foster
1 red.
in charge again in this end.
Fall the right side.
Yep, number 2. And quite a poignant comment there from David Gurley, who was saying that Paul Foster's bowls are making back into centre rink. He's got a wide drawing bowl, and that's what he needs to use, because he's always playing off the high side of the mat and pushing the ball out wide to come right back. Picks his line out very, very well. This is different. Totally different line than Paul's playing. Has to have good weight to pick the jack up. Got it. Oh, I don't think he's held on though.
Just parked the wrong side.
1 red.
Yeah, he needed to just get past the red and drop away from it. Bit of a shot to nothing here for Paul. It's he won't be that keen to get to the jack. Trying his best, but he'll not worry too much about it. Doesn't want the green ball. Well, I think he's okay.
1 shot. Paul Foster.
Yeah, no change. Paul Foster on the card in this second set. So Chris Gale loses out on his jack length. Paul Foster will change things.
He knew he was overplayed, so you get the big slap again. And Chris in this direction, moving onto the forehand. Struggled on the backhand before, so if he feels this is a better side for him. And there's a decent starter.
Paul Foster onto the forehand as well.
very close with this. It's hanging on to the line. I thought it was going to bend early. That's a shot. The shot clock has not been troubled in this match.
Two quick players getting on with things.
Oh, this is good again. Needs the ball though, not the gap.
1 red.
Well, just opened up a little bit in this game in the second set. His first set he was all over the jack with quite often 3, maybe even 4 bowls, but Chris will be aware now that this game's just loosened up a little bit. Have to take advantage of that.
Right, he comes, but just will go through.
1 red.
There's a potential shot on for Chris Gale. A little trail. Paul Foster might just try and drop this if we were too short.
I think you'd like to draw it because you really don't want to leave one bowl in the head. Needs another one close. Yep, that's what he was looking for. It might well just be 1 to red.
Dan Blewett as our marker, just knocked it forward too far.
1 red.
It's 1 red, but Paul will feel a lot more secure. Just that movement on the jack, that's all, dropping back on it. You'll feel a lot more comfortable about having another one in there. He's calling this. He has the weight, but he just didn't have the line. The weight was good.
1 shot. Paul Foster.
Yeah, you can see precisely what he was trying to do. The weight did look spot on. Front ball spoiler. So 2 apiece in set number 2. Paul Foster comfortable in the first set, 14-1. He's dropped only 2 of the 10 ends.
Jack length 26 meters, red.
It's interesting to see that angle because from the commentary box it looks a little bit closer, the green one. It's quite well behind and Paul Foster comes in.
Yeah, it's always good to look at the spots on the rink. They're a metre apart. Give you a good indication about how far a bowl is away from the jack. Just hit that a bit solid. Needed an edge.
1 red. 7 inches short of jack high.
You don't want to be turning that over, especially with the wide bowl that Paul uses. So, forehand. Anything up to his own bowl and beyond to the green would be good.
Yeah, it did look a little lazier that time, but his balls do run out so well.
Gap is 7 inches.
Have to wait till the very end, but he was short.
Oh, he's close for this. Needs the jack. Oh, an edge, and that could be costly. Really could be costly. Just see this
red.
jack moving across. Yep, there it goes. That's made an extra shot in there.
Yeah, just that shave across. Yep, that kind of day.
Yep, it's going bad. It just gets worse.
Paul has 4 timeouts remaining.
Well, let's see what Paul's doing here. He's looking at this in the forehand to try and get to the 2 green balls.
He's got a couple of options here.
I'm just looking to see whether he wants to play through on the forehand to get to the ball. And you know, if he gets in there, it's a very safe, secure shot, because it's not easy to draw that, you know. So I think it's a safer shot just to play. If he drops shorter than where I'm pointing to, it's still a good ball. You know, he'll be in the count, but anything between the jack and the green ball is good.
Well, he's shy this time.
Oh, well, he didn't want to be there, I can tell you. He's furious with himself. I can see the reaction there as he walked up the rink. Yep. Not a happy bunny with that one.
Tell you what, I know that feeling quite well in a bowling green. Oh dear.
Yeah. Well, you're in no doubt, are you, about Paul?
No,
does that.
It's
You know.
great.
I can understand it though. I think Chris will drive this because the angle of the red balls, he could actually clean all 3 out. So
Chris has 3 timeouts remaining.
this is worth playing too. He's got a choice in what weight he uses, but I think this is worth a full drive. I really do. Although he's angled a wee bit more to play controlled weight. Yeah, he is. I'm surprised he's playing this. I really am.
This needs to be perfect.
Yeah, it's, you know, I am surprised at that. You know, it's
1 shot, Paul Foster.
a second shot, but it was a low percentage shot in comparison to the running ball, and you know, with his strength as a shot player, I think he could have cleaned all 3 of the reds out. The angles were good. But there you go. You take your chance. Just don't think he's drawing well enough, Paul, at the moment to play those shots. Needs to shake Paul Foster up a bit.
Yeah, he's certainly searching Chris Gale.
Jack length,
For a
26
measure of
metres.
confidence.
Red.
Back in 2014, Paul Foster faced Ronnie Duncan, lost the first set, won the second and won the tie-break. A very tight match last year at this stage in the competition, beat John Fleming 10-7, 6-5.
moved the jack
red.
towards the green ball, but
Gap to yours is 7 inches.
the trouble in the portable rink is once you touch that jack, it really does fly. Difficulty is that Paul Foster's been left with an opportunity, and he's not through it this time, but he will be the next time.
The gap to balls, please.
Yeah, just dropping the odd ball short.
The shot ball.
Shot bowl, sorry, the gap is 3 inches.
It's actually finished in quite a good place, I have to say, coming around that ball.
One red.
That makes it a lot more difficult for Paul Foster. He can't afford to reach through to the jack now. It was the right way, just trying to sneak up if he could. Well, he's narrowed the margin down a bit. More or less saying to Chris Gayle, you have to draw within 2 inches or you're going to lose another shot. And funny stage of the game is, Paul, you get the first 3 ends, which are, normally you're sort of feeling your way through the set, and then the middle of the set, 4, 5, 6, and then the run for home. Just a matter of keeping the concentration, that's all. Not letting your opponent get too far ahead. He's got a chance with this. Needs an edge. Oh. Not today.
One shot, Paul
It
Foster.
was less of a smile, more of a grimace from the Englishman. Didn't get what he felt he should have got here.
Well, it's arguably the best end he's played and still managed to lose a single, but very good ball. The last delivery just didn't bounce right.
Jack length 25.5 metres. Red.
Scale very much still in this. He's only been conceding singles, but he has been getting better. He never tires of doing that.
That's a good reply. Side toucher. When he touches that ball, the jack will move, so Paul Foster will probably stay with it. Well, he's decided to change to the backhand. Needs to be at least jack high to give himself something to work with.
One green.
Balls, ball short, how far, please?
It is short by 9 inches, jack high. Yours is touching.
He can't afford to go anywhere near this. Has to play the backhand, try and get something jack high if he can.
It's falling under.
Well, there's nothing easy here for Paul Foster. He had a chance for the second ball to go very wide and put it into a jack high position. That would have given him a chance to attack it. Yep, he's just trying to draw it in close, but he's lost position here. Still got ball on the ball if he needs to play a runner, but a lot depends on where this ball goes. Trying to encourage it up. Wow, I think Paul Foster has to be very careful here.
One green.
Yeah.
Does he come and touch his own red one and try and turn it over?
What he can do, the difficulty with playing that shot is if he comes inside the ball and moves the jack. That's the trouble, and he's playing for the ball on the ball. But he doesn't want to get the inside green one, and that's really moving fast. Well, I think that's okay. He'll actually be quite happy with that. Not the fact that the ball was good, but look at the smile. He's sort of thinking to himself, I got away with that one, thank you. Really hard to get another shot in there for Chris Gayle, but
dead draw forehand.
Well, dead draw. I think a very careful draw.
Yeah.
So careful that I don't think I would be anywhere near it. And obviously Chris felt the same way.
One shot, Chris Gayle.
Yeah, that last ball of Paul just absolutely ruined any opportunity for Chris to score any more.
So just a third end one in the match by Chris Gayle, but he's very much in touch with 3 ends to play. Needs the set to force the tie break.
Jack length 29.5 meters, green.
Three feet.
2 feet.
3.
Shake the head with Paul Foster. He doesn't like it when his balls don't get back to centre rink.
Just cooking too much.
Might be tempted to change here. I'll see if he has another go at it, but yep, he is. Stein with the backhand. See if he narrows it just a shade. Narrows it too much, it will wing away very quickly. Oh, take that.
He offers a hand of apology.
One red.
Wasn't far away from getting the perfect result, but that edge makes a big difference. Yeah, difference between maybe a foot, half a yard away, and an inch of a back toucher. It's good reply by Chris. He's stoned that one. That's his shot.
1 green.
Yeah, he's holding right on to the jack here. He is connected, and the red ball isn't.
Any touch would be good. I'll bring it out into the open. That's what Paul Foster's looking for, and he's not far away from getting it.
Oh, he's got a touch all right.
Perfect. That's really good. That could have turned it to 1 red.
1 red.
Yeah, that's a really good ball. Didn't go flashing at it. Just played over the weight. Any touch out into the open gives him the shot. Chris back under pressure. He's trying to encourage us forward. I think his weight's good, actually. It'll drop away, but I think it's still 1 green.
1 green.
That's a terrific ball. Because there's a huge difference at this stage between 5-3 up and 4-4. Huge.
Yeah. That's a good ball, but Fozzie will not be messing about here. Inside the line, a little bit of extra weight. Try and get to the jack and roll it through for a double. If he's too far inside, he can get the edge of the green one, which will bring him back onto the jack again.
You wouldn't bet against him.
Yeah.
You'd never bet against him.
Yes. So many opportunities there.
1 shot, Paul Foster.
Great end of balls though. And even when he's been at his best, Chris Gayle, Paul Foster has simply been better.
That was a big ball, that. It didn't really look like it was a ball that was going to impact on the match, but when you look at the score line with 2 ends to go and Chris has to win the set,
yeah,
that actually was a very, very important
Shot
delivery.
length 26 meters, red.
If Paul Foster were to get 2, he closes out the match. And actually the way that Chris Gayle has started to play, he wouldn't want to take him into a tie-break.
No, he's come into the game, there's no doubt about that, but I think Paul's just loosened up on occasions, and from the first set where everything was, you look at a 3, 4, 3, you know, there was nothing outside of a foot in those counts.
2.5 feet on your ball.
Chris Gayle had to have a better first ball there after Paul Foster left it short. Just not been able to find the weight with his opening ball on many occasions.
One red.
Well short.
Those are the sort of things that Paul will be saying to himself he needs to tighten up on, because normally he would pop that one in and Chris would be facing a difficult position. As it is, he's given him an extra bite at it. Narrower line. Still hard to get back though. If you have too much weight, it'll just, yep, there it goes. Just over the pace for that. Really, really hard shot to play. So I expect Fuzzy to get this one close.
Does he get it closer, or does he go just to try and cover?
Well, the danger for someone Paul is that if he gets past the front green one, he's in a position ball, and it might even count. Although I don't think he's too concerned. He's more worried about the jack going through. That's the position ball. But he's still leaving the ball to be taken out on the forehand. Now, you can't cover both things, Paul. You have to say to yourself, one or the other, and which is the harder shot for Chris to play. The best Chris can do in the backhand is move the jack back for 2. No guarantee it'll go. But the forehand, he can
Chris,
rest the
your ball
ball
is
off for
just
2
falling
as
back.
well.
On the wing. Timeout called.
Timeout
Chris has 2 timeouts remaining.
The thing for Chris is he's already had one go in the forehand, so he can make adjustments for that. Backhand, he would have to find line and weight first time. So percentages this way on the 4. Different weight this time. No, he needs to hurry now. He doesn't want the red.
Doesn't want the red too hard, because if he turns it in, the game would be over.
I think that's the match over. It looks like a double to me, and I think it is for Paul Foster.
2 shots on the match.
Yep.
Paul Foster.
Well, he had to try it, he had no choice, but Fuzzy was looking good in that match, I have to say, especially in the first set.
It's a tough way to finish though for Chris Gayle, but he was fighting all afternoon, and that's just a horrible way to lose a game. 2 shots to Paul Foster, no need to play the final end, and Paul Foster has now won 12 consecutive round 1 matches in the Scottish International Open. He defeats Chris Gayle by 2-0.
Well, 2 players that we expected to have a good battle, I have to say, but the first set was all about Paul Foster. He was doing absolutely everything right. That was a push of the ball, second end that was, to push the ball out. Chris Gayle, just missed that by a mile, and it was very costly. That was Paul's first 3 in the 4th end, and that was the next count. The next end was last ball, line 4 shots. Chris could do nothing about it. And he was just trying his best, but it just wasn't close enough in this first set. And Fuzzy was just doing too much, he really was. He was just so confident. And even when the edges did come his way, for Chris Gayle, it wasn't enough. That was another single to Paul Foster. And every opportunity to turn the jack was always there. They picked up another single, was shot against him. And in the end, Paul Foster just too strong, 4 times world champion, takes out Chris Gayle and thoroughly deserved his win.
Well, we expected a tight match, we didn't get it. Just 3 shots in that second set for Chris Gayle. Paul Foster, complete dominance in the first set, winning 12 ends to 3. It was a comprehensive victory for the Scotsman. Paul Foster is in round 2.
Yes, Paul Foster is with me now, as is Chris Gayle. Paul, congratulations, you're through to the next round. A clear win in the first set, but at times there you didn't look as if you were loving the way you were playing.
No, that's not really true. But the first set I was delighted the way I played. I came out the traps very quickly, and I found my length and my game very good. And I was delighted in the second set. I don't know what happened. I felt okay out there. Everything was great, as I said. The first set, second set, started dropping short. When I played a bad ball, so did Chris. Then Chris played a good ball, so did I. It was a kind of strange set, and we were both kind of wrestling a wee bit. But I was still happy out in the rink. I felt very calm and confident. But just sometimes it's hard to keep that going.
You'd been happy with your fourth ball in the 7th end in that second.
That was massive. 4-3 up, 1 against me, and I said so. If I try and get the shot, it gives me a 2-shot cushion with 2 to go. If I miss, it's 4 each, and probably give Chris that wee boost that he's needing. And I just managed to nick the jack and no more. Got a wee couple of good breaks in the second set, and Chris was unlucky a couple of times, but that's the wee breaks you need in this game.
Yeah, Chris, it's very difficult to live with Paul in that first set.
Yeah, I didn't turn up first set at all. Shocking performance. But you got to get on top of Paul early. You can't let him get a start, and that's what I did first set. Second set, that end we just mentioned there. I thought if I get that one, I might have a chance of sneaking it, and that's what it would have been, a sneak tiebreak in the end. But no, I didn't play well at all.
Yeah, talk me through that the last bowl of the match, Paul. It all ended suddenly, and we had to run down from the the balcony to get here in time.
Yeah, I was wondering where these were. To be honest, Chris's third ball was that shot is so hard to play. It just hung off, and I said, and so I bet Chris try and just nips the line a wee bit. And he dropped a bit of touch, and fortunate for me, he turned my ball in, unlucky for himself. But I say that's the wee breaks like that you need. It's a thin line here. It's for perfection and missing your target.
You're a perfectionist right enough, aren't you?
Sometimes. I'm not getting any younger, but as I say, I was delighted the way I played in the first set. Delighted, as I say, my performance. Very happy. I've been playing well back home. Settled in well with the balls, and confidence is sky high. But as I say, the second set, yeah, at the end of the day, as I keep saying, we're all human beings at the end of the day. But so I'm happy to get through, and I know there's more room in the tank, but happy.
Well, Paul, many congratulations and commiserations to you, Chris. And we can have another wee look at how the draw is shaping up after that match there. There we have it, first round results. We saw Jonathan Ross, he went out the other day there. Darren Burnett through, David Gourley, who I spoke to a little earlier, he's through, he's got a big game against Mervyn King to come. Connor Sonato's through to the next round. Robert Paxton goes into the second round as well. Alec Marshall, 2-0 winner over Mark Sanford. And Jamie Chesney prevailed against David Corkill. Some more results for us to have a look at. Stuart Anderson's through to the next round. Andy Thompson, 3 times world champions, through as well. Mark Dawes, he won 2-1 against Billy Jackson. Les Gillett's through. Nick Brett, the world indoor champion, he's through. Greg Harlow, we saw him limping through to the second round a little earlier. And Paul Foster there, the victor, by 2-0 over Chris Gale. And as you can see there, one outstanding fixture. It's Mark Royal against Trevor Taylor. We'll be watching that match shortly. Let's hear, though, what both of them have to say. To the rink here at the Dewars Centre in Perth. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome, first of all, Trevor Taylor. And let's meet then Mark Royal. Right, ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, let's go to the commentary booth with David and Paul.
Thank you, David. Two players who knew each other very well. They came through the England under-25 ranks together. Trevor Taylor and Mark Royal.
Little toss of the coin. I must have forgotten about doing that earlier. So, an essential part of the start of the game, of course. But easily sorted out. I'm surprised, actually, in some respects, with Dan McManus having a coin in his pocket. But that's quite impressive.
Us Scots don't like to carry too much money.
Yeah. He moved quickly. Yeah. World Bowls Tour officials don't have any money, we all know that.
29 metres.
So the guys that know each other well really met in bowling circles in recent years. Simply given the parts of the country of England in which they live.
They're certainly a long way away, aren't they? Mark Royal, Suffolk man. Now, Trevor Taylor's been around the scene for a long time. He's played in qualifiers over the years, and you know, he's an experienced player. There's no doubt about that. But it's hard to come onto the portable rink when you're not used to it, and you know, always a little bit apprehensive, you know, coming into a portable rink with the TV cameras, etc. So we'll see how he settles down.
Mark Royal, left-hander. See a slightly different line, but he'll pick out what he needs.
He's a wonderful draw player, Mark Royal. He really is. If you get him in song, he's very, very hard to put down. But he is one of these players that's probably due a good run, to be truthful with you, because he's more than good enough. We know that. And I think he's due to get into the latter stages of a World Bowls Tour event. Hasn't been well for the last couple of years, lost a lot of weight, but he's come good, and he's feeling a lot better, and he looks well. Quiet man.
3 red.
Opened up very well. Quarter-finalist here last season. Lost to Darren Burnett on a tie-break.
And no matter how much practice you put in, that it's still down to being comfortable on the rink, and you know, it's like muscle memory. It comes back to you even if you haven't played on it for a few years. But if it's your first time, it's not easy. As we'll find out later in the week when we test out some of our crew on it.
3 red.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out when I can get some practice time, because my muscle memory often lets me down. Now there's 3 against, he's going for it. In fact, there's...
Yeah, he's in the area too. Could get a result with this. Oh well, he'll settle for that second ball. He'll be very happy to lose a single.
1 shot, Mark Royal.
I'll also be happy that when he's had to play with weights, he has made a strike. Because it was an end he was never in.
Yeah, you don't mind losing a single, do you? You're quite happy about that.
Jack length, 26 metres.
Marker, Mike Davies for this. And Dan McManus will be in the umpire's chair. Mike from Somerset, Dan from Hope the communication's good between those two.
Same language, just spoken in a different way. Trevor Taylor turned his back on that. He knew he was heavy.
He's made the correction. Just a little bump on delivery for Trevor Taylor, and that can be, well, it can hurt you a little bit on the portable rink because it's a quick carpet. Very, very few people can really get away with it. Ian Bond was the only player I've ever seen that really could get away with that bump, and Bondy was always brilliant at getting away with it because every single bowl bumped. The end result was quite often exactly what he wanted.
So let's watch here. Yeah, you can see a little.
Yeah, it just hits the ground a little bit early. That's all. Well, he's made a good correction with this one.
1 red.
By comparison, the smoothness of the carpet there of Mark Royal.
Yeah, he's always had a good delivery. You know, Mark Royal's always been very smooth that way. Delivery's very important. People get into a rhythm with it, but if you deliver every bowl and there's a bump, it's not too bad.
1 red.
Trevor Taylor might be tempted with this. The danger of taking his own bowl out is very much there. He can't afford to run too hard at it. If he holds out, he'll lose 2, maybe 3 shots, but has to be a little bit careful with this. Yes, he's making sure he's down on the inside, so he's got the bowler jack for 2 or 3. Yeah, good ball. Good ball, perfect result. Played it well. That was a brave shot. He's getting 3 out of it.
3 shots, Trevor Taylor.
Yeah, very well played indeed. Read the option, the little running shot.
Brave shot that, because if he had got his own bowl, he was in a heap of trouble. But he got the perfect result. The bowl first, then the jack, and picks up a treble. So it's 2 running bowls where he's managed to be, instead of 6-0 down, he's 3-1 up. That's pretty good shooting. Maybe happy with that.
Yeah, if you can now find your drawing weight. He's 2 out of 2 on the running shots.
Two green.
The left-hander's backhand. To finish.
He's just struggling a little bit with that one. He's been dropping his first bowl short and then making the correction with his second. That one just dropping a little bit, but opportunity for Trevor to add to it. Royal's got a chance for this one. Oh, yes. That was a beautiful draw.
Favour 1 green.
It's 1 green, but there's nothing easy about it. Just have to try and filter his way through if he can. He didn't make it, but that's a very useful bowl. It makes it just a little bit harder for Mark Royal.
Looking for a similar ball just to drop inside the green one.
Not
It's
reaching
not there.
through it. Oh dear, that's a long way away.
Yeah, umpire, please.
Mike Davies said he fancied the green. But, Mark Royal asking for the measure.
Just a little adjustment needed.
He's certainly making it very exact on the first one. And there's no reason to do it. If you do it right with the first measure, it'll tell you very quickly. I have a feeling it's 1 to green.
Mark Royal has handed the mat over.
1 shot, Trevor Taylor.
That was actually well in.
So good start for Trevor Taylor. A couple of weight shots and ends 1 and 2. Not required in the third set. The third end, I beg your pardon. And he's might just start to find his draw.
29 metres, green. 29.
Yes, it's about getting out of the blocks quickly, isn't it? You know, that's exactly what Paul Foster managed to do, and that put him into a good frame of mind to continue all the way through the match, and that's what you're looking to play. And in many respects, Greg Harlow was the same. Get out of the blocks, get your rhythm. Anything past the jack would have been useful. You know, you're searching for that perfect weight, and there's a shake of the head, and the players know where they wanted to put it, but you have to work to the percentages up to the jack. If you miss it, you go into a good place. And drop short, and Mark Royal draws the shot, and now he's got the shot and back position. This is a good effort, really good effort. Oh, well played. That's a really good ball.
Terrific reply, doesn't it? So all the way coming in.
Yeah, second ball really, you know, he would have wanted that one with a second, but you're happy to have it with a third.
Happy to lie like that. That looked thin.
Yeah, he's going to move something. Oh, well, that was just a very fortunate result. Very fortunate. Goodness me.
Well, sometimes it goes your way, and that certainly went the way of Mark Royal.
1 red.
That was a horrible result for Trevor Taylor because he was lying a good double.
Now he needs to draw to the ditch.
He's turned his back on this. Mustn't think he's reaching. Trust the player's instincts. And Mark should lift up a double here against the run of play.
After such a great third ball from Trevor Taylor. He certainly never gave it a chance with the line he took.
Oh, he's good with this. That's a very good ball. That's just rubbing a little bit of salt into the wound on that one.
2 shots, Mark Royal.
It can be a cruel game.
That's the curse of sport, isn't it? No one likes to see a lucky result or an unlucky result here and there, but it's all part of the game. It's how you deal with it. Shake your head and move on. It's the only way.
Jack Glenn, 27 meters red. 27 red.
Both these players involved in bowls is the business. Mark Royal, the bowls retailer. Trevor Taylor manages the Cumbria Bowls Club.
Yes, there are over the years some players who have moved into the management of clubs. Very rarely see a top player in it, and because it's very time consuming, there's no doubt about that. Although you get plenty of practice, but it's a bit like a busman's holiday then, playing bowls, isn't it? So certainly in my club, which is a very, very large club in Belfast, we've got a non-bowls manager with a bowls orientated international player as a deputy manager, so sort of works for us.
One red.
Even getting practice time in our green is hard with 1,400 members, so we'll have to book those in advance just to get a roll up. Now, correction. It has been made.
On green. Yes, exactly, Jack High.
Well, first 2 ends, Trevor Taylor had the drive to get out of trouble, but now he's starting to put his drawing bowls together. Oh, that's just bending in. He started to move with that bowl, thought it was close, and then it just had a wee break, a very early break.
Little noise in the background. Trevor Taylor restarts.
Well, sometimes you're better walking off the mat and resetting yourself in that situation when you hear a noise like that. But having said that, he's not that far away. You know, that's not going to make it any easier for Mark Royal. Trouble is, it is very, very quiet out there. There's been some discussion about playing music in the background of some sort, and just to try and take the edge off the fact that it's so silent. You wouldn't hear the changes in noise levels then just as much. Biggest problem was, I suppose, is what do you play? You know, country and western fans would obviously like theirs and the rock and roll about it, you know, so bit of Daniel O'Donnell in the middle of it all, and, you know, so
I trust that wouldn't be your choice.
No, but He's a lovely guy.
Doesn't like it at all. He was not going where he wanted to do, but I'll tell you what, Trevor Taylor is causing Mark Royal some problems. Well, the big ball came on the second end. A weighted shot. In fact, there was a good one on the first end too. It's allowed Trevor Taylor to stay in touch and establish a lead.
Jack length 28 metres green. 28 green.
I see Trevor Taylor's really starting to get into this. You know, he's been given the opportunity. The first two ends, pretty nervy, and he got out of trouble. But he's really settled in now. There's Tony Webb on the left-hand side and Tony Yip. Both players that played in the tournament and lost out. Tony Yip from Hong Kong, of course, Anthony. Long journey. Did well in the second set, went out the first set to Les Gill 11-2, but fought back, lost the second 9-5. Tony Webb's a good player, no doubt about that. Just lost out to Robert Paxton. Tony's played in events before, and I rate him. I think he's a very good player, I really do.
Better ball from Mark Royal.
No, just under it. Didn't play through, the chance to tap it. There's a bit of a wry smile, that one. He knew that was a chance. I'm surprised at Mark Royal playing this on that side.
I confess so am I. I'm trying to see what he sees.
Well, you know, the difficulty there, Paul, is any touch in the red ball, he's stuffed with it. So why didn't he just play the same ball again? You know, drop it in.
Drop it into the green balls.
Into the green ball, yeah.
Especially if Trevor Taylor makes any contact on it, he can bring it to those two green balls that are waiting.
He's better with this. He's certainly given it a chance anyway. Now he needs to drop back off the ball. Oh, that's a good effort. What a very good second shot. I don't think Mark Royal will go near this. That's one of those ones where you walk away, you don't bother.
Yeah, I think
Last
he's
ball, 4 inches.
thinking about it.
It's 4 inches is possible, but you have to get very close to giving the shot away.
As he played it with due care and attention.
He has, because he's on a very wide line. That was sensible. Good weight, but he was taking no chances.
One shot, Mark Royal.
You don't stay in the top 16 as long as Mark Royal has by making silly mistakes.
Finalist here in 2007. Decent season last season. Quarter-final of the International Open, round 2 of the World. Scottish International Open quarter-finalist. Have to keep the ranking points coming in to keep him in that top 16.
There's that Jack just running over the surface very quickly and
Jack
stayed on. And
24
I reckon Mark thought that
meters,
was
Greg.
nowhere
24
near
meters.
getting to the ditch.
It's always interesting when you see the mat so far up. There it is. Great view of how far that mat has been taken up.
Yes, and there's a bit to spare as well. He's got another metre he could go up, but it guarantees the 3 metres beyond the tee. You know, that's the important bit, to get the short jack. Guarantees a short jack on it. He's missed a chance here, I think, to really nail the jack.
Two green.
It's 2 green, but Mark Royal will feel they're very beatable.
Well, taking a little runner into his own balls. Obviously not feeling that confident to draw that, which surprises me. Well, I don't know about that shot, to be honest, Paul. You know, just draw it. Like, he was only a foot away. Any touch in his own ball was giving him the number 1.
Yeah, I didn't see that, I must admit. I mean, if you were unhappy with a hand, come the other way and try and rest off the green ball. I did not see that as a viable option.
He's put himself into a bit of bother here. He has to go to the draw now, no choice.
He wants this to hurry up.
Struggling. Like I say, you know, I'm not convinced about that third ball. I wasn't the best percentage shot. I think he could have just played, even to reach his own balls would have been good. And this should be a 3, really should be.
Oh, he's going to pick this one up, and he comes. That's the winner.
It's a Christmas present, a very early one for Trevor Taylor.
3 shots, Trevor Taylor.
That's a really strange ball, I have to say. Never even entered my head, David, that he would consider playing the shot that he played. I'm sure Mark Royal would like the ball back as well. So that's a pivotal moment in the match, because Trevor Taylor will feel that this is his set to lose now. He is in control. It was a puzzling choice of shot from the normally ever reliable Mark Royal.
Jack length 28 meters, green. 28 green.
So a metre short of full length. The mat is slightly up. Needs a good opener here. Just to put the pressure back on to Trevor Taylor.
Decent starter, within a foot. Just one shot for Trevor secures the set, and to be honest with you, not many people would have predicted that within the 8 ends.
That's well played.
On red.
Well, that's a little bit surprising. Playing the backhand. He'll get position, but it's going to be very hard to get the shot. Yeah, he needed the red ball for position. Mark Royals in with a chance here. A little touching his own ball to make a double. A little turn of the jack to make a treble.
He's played it very well again.
That should drop for 2. I don't think he's going to need choice now, Trevor Taylor. I think he has to play this. Depends how he feels. Is he happy enough to go into the last end 3 up by trying to draw second? Or does he want to win the set on this end? Personal choice, forehand draw if he wants to make sure. Well, that's an interesting choice of shot. I wouldn't have put that one down on the card as being what to play.
Well, he was trying to get after the 2 red balls, but there was a pile of hurt, potentially.
No, it's if he'd have got the jack ball, it's quite likely the jack would have been going on the respot, and with that weight, he would have run off into the ditch and been, what, 2, maybe 3 down? Yeah. Well, not convinced about that particular choice. However, he's in front at the moment. Mark Royals doing his best to make this a 3. Oh, he's unlucky. That's very unlucky. Easily have made it into the jack to have made 4.
2 shots, Mark Royal.
Well, Mark Royal will be happy that he stayed in touch. That gives him a chance, if not to win the set, to at least tie it. 4 ends apiece, but the 2 threes are making the difference.
I think Trevor got away with that a little bit, losing a double there, to be truthful with you. That weight shot, Mark, 1 good conversion and he would have levelled the scores. So he's a little bit unlucky.
Jack Lynn, 25.5 metres red, 25.5 red.
First target, Mark Royal. Get it close. Try and get a double to get something out of the set. Not even be thinking about winning it at this stage. But that's not what he wanted.
2 feet short of Jack High.
2 feet short, curled away. Now he's confident that he can get round it. But the problem is sometimes you just put that extra little bit of weight on to make sure you do.
Oh, played that well. Played that really well. Now Mark Royals in a heap of trouble.
Green.
Set lie against.
Trying to swing in. Needs to be behind the jack to give himself the chance. And in he comes, just gets there.
I don't think it matters if he's lying the
Slightly
shot, to be
favoured green, but
truthful
it's
with
very
you.
close.
Simply because the next one will have to move the jack no matter what to make the double. Oh, he didn't feel too happy about that. Let's see where it finishes, because it doesn't look that bad to me. Yep, short. That's why they needed another 15, 18 inches on that bowl. Chance for Mark Royal here. Not an easy chance, I have to say. This is well up the scale in terms of difficulty. They'll take a timeout on this.
Park has 4 timeouts remaining.
Just a draw. Little touch in the jack would be good. Make up the double.
Trevor Taylor would have right of reply.
Hard shot to pick out the line in this one. Needs to do a bit of work now. He needs to get inside his own red ball. That's the key to it.
Well, he gave it a chance, but not enough.
No, it doesn't matter whether it's one shot. Trevor will take the set.
On green, the first set, Trevor Taylor.
We'll see Trevor's ball going away, but it certainly does bump quite a bit. You can hear it, no doubt about that, but he seems to do it with every ball. And because he's doing it with every ball, it's not a problem.
Yeah, consistency is there.
Yeah. And he shook off the nerves in the first 2 ends with good running balls that managed to keep Mark Royal to a single. But he's been playing very well ever since. And some very good balls he's played. Good draw balls, balls in the head, forcing Mark Royal into playing the hard shots. But it's the quietness out there is the problem.
Jack length 26.5 metres red. 26.5.
I think it's worth
red.
experimenting with some background music of some sort. I really do. You know, it's. I once played in a tournament in Australia, and there was a concert at the same time we were there. It was an opening of a major resort in the middle of Queensland, and Whitney Houston was warming up for her concert that night. So we played bowls to Whitney Houston. And then the next day, it was Frank Sinatra. And we were playing bowls to Frank Sinatra. Well, not that he needed to warm up, but it was lovely to have it. Because the bands were warming up and stuff, and it was just nice. It really was good.
I mean, these guys play a lot of their bowls on a busy bowling green where there's noise. There's
Exactly.
You know,
There's a lot of good Scottish bands. We could play some of their music up here, you know. It's Wet, 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 and Deacon Blue, and a few others, I'm sure, would put their names forward, you know. And once again, back to the bowls, where Mark Royal has made an adjustment after dropping short.
One red.
That's good bowling by Trevor, it really is. Like, he's shot down, but he has 2 bowls well within a foot, and can't argue with that.
nice line. Not the weight, so let's see what Trevor Taylor can do. Another really good effort.
Where's he going to drop?
One red.
You'd like to there.
He's playing good bowls. He's really settled into this portable rink, and I think Mark Royal sort of saying, "What on earth are you doing here?" You know, this is
Well,
it's
Mark
good
Royal
stuff. You know,
is in trouble.
yeah, he's enjoying himself out there, Trevor. He's been around the game a long, long time, so he's vastly experienced. Needs to get to the back green one. Just over it. Well, what Trevor's looking here to see is the red ball going out. What he's looking at is if he can get to the green ball there. Now that'll pop the red ball out at the angle. If he misses it and gets the jack, then it's perfect because he'll pick up a double. So, a couple of chances here. He can afford to reach this. Yep, that's what he's playing for. Now he wants the edge of the ball. Oh, he's inside it. 10 out of 10. Saw the shot in terms of playing it, but the execution wasn't there. But he saw what to play, and that's a hard shot to play, but it was worth the effort.
Mark Royal doing just enough to pick up the opening shot. Set he has to win. We've only lost a couple of seeds in the competition so far. But Mark Royal is certainly fighting here. Seeded 11.
Jack length 26 metres red, 26 red.
So last year on round one, Mark Royal took on Robert Chisholm, won in straight sets 7-2, 8-4. Dropped the opening set here.
Yeah, it's not bad, but he would have been up to his own ball normally to a bit closer to make it a 2. And Trevor's playing well, so expect him to make the correction. Yep.
He's correcting very well, and even his first ball, which wasn't ideal in terms of being next to the jack, is slightly through the head, but it's still in touch as a potential back ball. It's not been going too far. Just to come round and hold on, but again just slipping through with the weight.
Slightly favour the red.
Doesn't stop the shot that Trevor's playing. Whether he was line or the red ball was line, is still a backhand draw. And he's on a good line with this. It's all about weight. Oh, I think he's played this really well. No one can argue with that sort of bowling. He's playing consistently into the jack and playing well enough to put this vastly experienced top 16 player under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, looks short. There's another shot to be had here without causing any danger to himself.
Well, he can play this with some confidence because anything around his own ball, he's got a red boulder to just rest on. Oh, he's played it well. Has he got a touch of the jack? Oh, that might have made it 3, but that's good ball. That really is.
Yeah.
That's
2 in a measure.
Yeah, that's one of the best qualifier performances I've seen.
So Mark Royal has got a good record in the Scottish International Open, a runner-up 2007. Just 3 round 1 exits in 12 appearances. He certainly knows he's up against it.
Well, he's definitely having a bit of a hard time here. There's no doubt about it. And we can see that's not in. So it's going to be 2 shots and 2 good ones.
2 shots, Trevor Taylor.
Well, this all-English battle
Jack
proving
red,
to be a very
28
tense
and a half
affair.
meters green, 28 and a half green.
There's once again the correction being made. He's very good at that.
Just over the seam of the carpet.
On green.
Some of the players that have been playing in the event. To the right there's an interesting player, Ruti Galore from Israel. And Ruti has played in a number of World Bowls Tour events, and she gave David Gurley a heck of a scare in the second set when she played against him here over the weekend.
One green.
Ruti was 7-all going into the last end, David holding 2, and she had a shot with the last ball to actually draw to win the set and force a tie break. This is close. This is very close.
Wants the jack clean.
It's one of those goals that you can see from about 10 yards away that it's going to be right in there.
Beautifully done. And a hard one now for Trevor Taylor.
So certainly playing well enough to draw this. It's just this backhand. Once again, if you're slightly over the weight, you will not get anywhere near it. Well, as it turns out, his weight was good, but he just overplayed the line. He's probably surprised at that, because that's a good swinging hand he was on, and that happened to Paul Foster as well once or twice. Must be just a little hold out there at a certain length. Mark Royal, being a left-hander, takes a totally different line. This is his forehand.
Doesn't like it.
Well, I think he, I think he let that be
One
known,
shot,
actually.
Mark Royal.
A bit of a shocker when he had a chance for two.
Well, it wasn't easy to get another one. He was so short, never gave himself a chance. It's the first set to Trevor Taylor, 9-6, 2 apiece, 3 ends played.
Jack Glenn, 26.5 metres red, 26.5 red.
So that's just not like Mark Royal there. You know, he put the first ball in. He's so good at drawing, you could almost guarantee that he's going to pop the next one in close to it. Well, he's getting another chance. Trevor's missed the adjustment.
Two red.
Yeah, that's better. Just come back a long way from there. Great effort. Fall down, don't touch it.
Made a correction that time, but the touch on the jack may have gone against him.
One red. Which one? The backbone.
So it's a lot better than two down.
Absolutely. Little chance though for Mark Royal. Rest on the green ball.
The margins are tight. That's all.
Oh, that's it. But he'll go for it.
No, he's under on this one. That was a hard shot. You know, you just play a normal draw there, and if you're lucky enough to get onto the green, so much the better. But it's not one that you would play with a lot of conviction if you're lying the shot.
Now the problem here for Trevor Taylor is any touch on the jack to send it sideways would result in two down.
Timeout called.
Oh, it's just a
Timeout is
there
called.
for a second. They
Yeah.
called a timeout, but there was a major bang there, so got it sorted.
I'm sure that Mike Davis didn't actually stand on a mic somewhere. Just too much weight to come back from there.
One shot, Mark Royal.
It's a tense-old set.
Trevor has 4 timeouts remaining.
So Mark Riley won his last World Bowls Tour singles title at the Welsh in 2011. Very consistent in terms of reaching at least the quarter-final here. In Scotland he's done it 8 times. Reached at least the quarter-final 8 times out of his 12 appearances here. He enjoys coming to Perth.
Certainly it's been a productive tournament for Mark over the years, but he's in a position now at number 11 where he's probably thinking, I need to make at least a couple of second rounds to ensure enough points to make the top 16 for next year. But people are losing towards the latter end. Jonathan Ross is out the first match, and that puts pressure on him to win the next one, at least a couple of games. Maybe some changes around that. Jason Greenslade's another one that, having lost, will be on the edge.
Two series players have gone. Jason Greenslade, ranked 12 in the world. Jonathan Ross, 13.
Yes, well, when the 15 and 16 in the world have won their matches, that puts a bit of pressure on, it really does, and the players all around you are winning. Jimmy Chesney, another one of 14, having just scraped through by the skin of his teeth.
It was a good game.
I have to say,
I know you're going to say that, but you did yourself a disservice as well. It was a good game.
He played well. He's one of the up-and-coming players as well. Jimmy, it's good to see the young younger players coming through. Anyway, Mark, needs something close here. You want to keep in touch. 3-2 up at the moment, but you can't drop short like that, and he's just giving too much room to Trevor.
This is where you simply want a repeat of your last, get in there, draw a third.
Just needs to stop. It's come around it and it's dropping in. I reckon that's 3. So, yep, 3 green.
3 green.
That's it. Although two of them are a bit of a distance away, there's a lot of pressure on this ball. Yep. Threw a change of hand onto his backhand. And has to find line and weight. I don't know if he's going to make this. He's toiling for weight. No, that's going. Well, it stayed up. I thought it was going to bend away, but it stayed up. Might have saved 1. Still think it's a definite 2.
Oh, it's close. I think it might be still 3.
Well, there you go. Close for 3. So, now if that's the case, it's a definite 2 and a measure and a look for the third. I thought Trevor Taylor might have played this on the forehand because he can't afford to touch the green ball down onto the jack.
Might just be thinking, get it closer.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to be a superstar ball.
No, but I think he's maybe pushed through it. Yeah, he's missed a chance, and that will really annoy him.
Yep.
First out, second one will be taken out, I'm sure of that. Yep, there's a second out.
Umpire, please.
That was a miss.
It was, and it could be a costly one. Still, he's going to go in front no matter what with the double.
McManus on the measure.
Three shots, Trevor Taylor.
Well, he gets his three. Arguably, it should have been a full house. But the momentum is shifting back. With 4 ends to play to the qualifier, Trevor Taylor. And will Mark Royal be the 3rd seed to go out of this competition?
Jack Lang, 29 metres green. 29 green.
Mark Royal, of course, can't afford to draw the set. He has to win it. And, Trevor Taylor still popping good balls in around the jack. I see it with Mark, the way he looks at the ball when it's gone, Paul. It's almost like rabbits in the headlights. It really is. He stares them down.
It's always interesting to watch players. I always think Paul Foster's almost threatening his balls not to finish properly.
Yeah.
You know, just the way he menaces down afterwards.
Can't be that way. Not making centre rink with good weight. Trevor Taylor, once again, he's in a good position here. His ball's in the way in. He's got a ball behind. There's a big slap in the leg. I can only imagine that his weight is wrong. Yeah. It's just chucking through. He knew that was wrong. Out of the hand.
No, it's good measure.
Used to these players getting them closer. It's a little bit loose. It's unusual that neither player has got one right in.
Yeah, it's just a miss his own here would be better. Yep. Definitely number one.
Needs another one in here.
Well, a little push on his own ball would be good. The trouble with going the other side is, and this is where the difficulty is, if he just misses his line by a fraction, he's pumping the red ball in, and really that's what you don't want to do. So
Trevor has 3 timeouts remaining.
It's the lesser of the two evils. It's harder to get the shot on the backhand, but it's safer at the same time. So we'll see what he does.
Hopefully like that. Very difficult. No, that's right.
He's decided to go for the runner. He's got a chance of his own ball, the jack or the red ball out. Oh, he's inside it. Is he going to be lucky? Well, that was the measure ball for the second shot, so that's now gone. You certainly expect Mark Royal to draw another one.
One red.
That's much space around the jack. It's pretty essential that he does.
Trevor Taylor missed the spare shot at the last end. He was lying 3, failed to draw 4. Mark Royal looking to take his opportunity.
No, he doesn't want a short. Mark, dear oh dear. Even anything off the outside
shot,
ball
Mark
would have been
Royal.
good. It's the shake of the head. I knew he would see that as a major miss.
3 ends to play. It's tight between Mark Royal and Trevor Taylor. 9 shots and 6 ends in this second set. Both players arguably leaving shots behind. Trevor Taylor with a slight advantage. He can afford to tie the set as well.
Jack length 27.5 meters.
Best first balls he's played for quite a while. It's handy. It's a useful ball. Missing out a few times with the second delivery, Mark Royal, and made sure with that one.
One red.
Giving this a go as well. Close. Needs to miss his own ball and stay up.
Two red.
Certainly more like the Mark Royal we're used to, and I wouldn't be at all surprised if Trevor attacks this. Yep, there he goes.
Wasn't hanging about lining that one up. Full weight, clips out the red ball and goes with it.
That's a major result on the way through for the Jack. Bang on target. Absolutely perfect. But the Jack bounced off the spinning red one and came onto the green one. That made all the difference in the world. Mark Fields with this. That last ball was a key moment in the set. Oh, he looks close. Has he got the weight though to run? Needs to hurry.
Forcing it, isn't he? But it's not there.
It's bending. He's missed it, and well. What a turnover. Best end for Mark Royal for some time. And he's going to lose at least one. If Trevor turns this Jack by 2 or 3 inches.
One green.
I can confirm that we will stay with this match to its conclusion. An Antiques Road trip will journey another day. Stay with us.
Trevor has 2 timeouts.
For the conclusion of Mark Royal and Trevor Taylor. It has been a really interesting second set.
Yeah, it's just sometimes a ball just slides away. Reset yourself. This is important. Turn this Jack an inch or two for 3 and it would almost seal up the set. I'll tell you what, he's not far away with this. He needs the Jack though. He has to pull the Jack.
Oh, he's got it.
There you go.
Oh, what a shot.
That's a major turnaround. The last 2 balls of Trevor Taylor there are probably going to win him this match.
Well, the third one was the hit. The fourth ball swept it up neatly. He didn't want to be too canny. He knew he had room to take it. And he didn't leave it short.
Really didn't matter how far he pushed it. He was always going to get 3. As soon as he gobbled that up in the middle bowl, that was enough.
So Mark Royal is on the verge of going out. He has to win this end. And from his point of view, at least a 2 to line up a chance of a 3 at the end. A tied set is no use to Mark Royal.
Green.
Well, he's not qualified too often, Trevor Taylor, but when he does, he can make a difference. Played back in 2008. International Open, beat John Price, David Gurley before losing out to Brett Wilkie. And he's within touching distance of the second round.
Yeah, so his days in the portable rink were so far away that it was like starting off fresh and starting off new, really, from that point of view. But it was, I'm trying 2008, it's Burgess Hill from my memory, and the International Open was held that year. Brett Wilkie played very well, made it all the way through to the final. Very good Australian player, Brett Wilkie. In all the major championships down in Australia. Now taking up a post with Bowls Australia. Trevor, one shot's what he's looking for. But if he loses just one, he'll be very happy. Mark Royal needs a 4. What a turnaround in the match with those 2 bowls.
It's incredible, and actually we can't devalue the first 2 bowls, you know, first end, second end of the first set, where he was down and kept himself in.
Well, I'll say the difference between 6-0, that he could easily have been down, and yet after the 2 ends were completed, he was 3-1 up. So major turnaround when he was in trouble.
Needs to get behind the jack here. Doesn't want another short ball.
Well, that's good. That's a good ball there.
1 red.
1 red. Mark needs 2 more to give himself any real chance. This has certainly pushed it out very wide. He's got a lot of work to do to get back from there. Well, the balls he's using are swingy, but they're not that swingy. Now he's in trouble.
Now this is where Trevor Taylor just have to pick the right shot to play.
Well, I was Trevor here, I'd play the forehand. He played the backhand this last one, but I'd play the forehand this time. I really would. Just try and drop on the jack if you can. By sticking on the backhand, let's see if he can get close. I'll tell you why in a moment. Let's just see where this ball goes. Well, yep, drop back. The problem with playing that shot, Paul, is that
On green.
he's got a game line, don't get me wrong, but the jack all the way through and on the respot, one side in particular, there'll be 3 red. If it goes the other side, there'll be 2 red. So he's left Mark Royal an opportunity. A hard one, but a chance. Yep, that's what he's going for, looking for the jack.
Needs to move it. Does he have a chance? He's coming through the gap.
Oh my, that was unlucky.
2 shots, second set, and the match, Trevor Taylor.
Well, what an afternoon for Trevor Taylor. He defeats his old friend and international teammate, under 25 level, Mark Royal, with a terrific second set performance after a strong first set. And Mark Royal is out of the Scottish International Open, and there's progress for Trevor Taylor. Brilliantly done. Trevor Taylor 2-0, winning the sets 9-6 and 10-4.
Well, we thought this was going to be an interesting match. Trevor Taylor hadn't played for a long time, so it was really a matter of trying to get into the match quickly. He managed to do that with 2 very, very good running balls on the first 2 ends. Absolutely brilliant. Could have been 6-0 down, and as it turned out, he was 3-1 up. But then he started to get his drawing balls going and played extremely well. Put Mark Royal under a lot of pressure, and whilst Mark was getting out of it occasionally, he just couldn't do it all the time. And Trevor Taylor was just pumping balls in, and that's the big three that he picked up. There was a spare shot opportunity, he made it count. That put him 8-4 up, and he won the first set 9-6. But once again, he was just draw, and playing exceptionally well. Mark Royal still under the cosh, but was coming out with good balls. But then he really hit a problem, and we just saw that Trevor Taylor was just dropping balls in left, right and centre, and Mark Royal couldn't do an awful lot about it, and that was the big turnaround for the 3 on the 7th end. That set up the second set for Trevor Taylor. Can't argue, and Mark can't argue, Trevor Taylor was the better player and played exceptionally well.
The tail of the tape from this one. 9 ends to 8, but he scored when he counted. Look at the total shots won, 19-10. 8 touches, the more consistent player, and Trevor Taylor deservedly takes his place in round 2, where he'll face Greg Harlow.
Well, Trevor and Mark join me now rinkside. Trevor, congratulations. Not a bad debut.
Yeah, it was. I'm pleased with the victory. I'm not quite as happy with the way I played, but you know, at least I get another chance to try and improve and see how we go again tomorrow.
Well, you have to enlighten us further. What in particular were you not happy with?
I never really got to grips the whole game with playing a decent way with my first 2 balls. I never really felt that comfortable on the rink, but fortunately I played a couple of big balls at the right times, which has put the game my way.
Well, Mark, commiserations. He was a tough opponent today, though. He wasn't particularly happy with his own performance, but I guess on the day he was the better player.
That's right, yeah. Trevor hit a few crucial runners, especially the first couple of ends. I think I could have ran away with the first set there, yeah. But we were both scratching around. My first bowl was terrible, yard short most of the time. Yeah, it wasn't a great game, but good luck to Trevor in the next one. I'm sure he'll improve again.
Yeah, well, if you just indulge us, gents, we'll have a look at a couple of pivotal moments in each set. Firstly, Mark, let's talk about this one. The third shot in the 7th end of the first set, a bit of a risk from yourself, and it backfired a little.
That did backfire, yeah. I bowled 2 shortwards again, just what I was mentioning. He had 2 shots underneath. I thought I'd run it. It was a percentage shot, you know.
Pick this one up and
I wasn't drawing very well, and it did backfire on me. I took the mat up to change the. It totally backfired, and I dropped the 3 and lost the first set. Yeah.
Yeah, that allowed you to go in and move on to take that first set.
Yeah, I mean, Mark was very unlucky with that ball. It looked for anything that he was going to pick up probably a shot from it, and to flick off the front one and go through the gap was. Obviously I was pleased, but Mark wasn't, so.
Yeah, can we move on to the 7th end of the second set and a couple of magnificent shots from yourself?
Mark obviously had us in trouble this time with 2 of his first 3 and managed to hit the target. Got a decent result following through for the right, which gave me the shot, and then last ball I knew I could afford to be a reaching draw, because if I turned the white it would make the 3, and fortunately the jack was in my way.
Well, Trevor, you're a man that said before the tournament, before your entry to the tournament, that you're not someone who likes to practice in tournament. It seems to be a formula that's worked well today. Will you be maintaining that for as long as you stay in the tournament?
For another day at least.
Well, you've got a tough opponent in the next match, haven't you?
Yeah, well, hopefully somebody will kick.
You're up against the defending champion.
Yeah, hopefully somebody will kick his other leg tonight. Obviously he was carrying an injury in his game earlier on, but he still played pretty well.
Will that affect your tactics for the match, the fact that he's a bit of a wounded animal perhaps?
No.
No, not at all.
No.
Well, that victory today from Trevor over Mark concludes the first round of fixtures. Other seeds through: Darren Burnett, David Gourley, Mervyn King, another surprise, Jason Greenslade, He's out. Connor Sonato of England beating the Welshman there. Robert Paxton's through to the next round. Alex Marshall joins him in that. And our very own David Corkhill came close, but he lost out to Jamie Chesney. Stuart Anderson goes through, as does Andy Thompson. Mark Davis, Les Gillett is through. Nick Brett, the World Indoor Champion and second seed here, he's through to the second round. Greg Harlow, the defending champion, edged it over Damien Dubler. Paul Foster, we watched him beat Chris Gale by 2-0. And as we saw there, Trevor Taylor, the qualifier, taking care of the 11th seed Mark Royal.